Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Plymouth Select Board meeting. Tonight is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. The time is 5:00 PM, and we will be entering into executive session prior to open session this evening. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, any person may make a video or audio recording of an open session of a meeting of the Select Board after notifying the chair, subject to reasonable requirements of the chair, so as not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform other attendees of any recordings. I am aware of the local scene recording. Nobody else is recording, correct? Okay. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted via remote means and in person. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. Tune into the local scene government access channels, Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon Channel 47, and watch the meeting as it is aired live or watch it recorded later, or watch the meeting live on the local scene website or their YouTube channel. Members of the public who wish to participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner. You can join us here in the Great Hall at Plymouth Town Hall on the second floor, 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Massachusetts, or you can join us remotely by clicking on the Zoom link that you'll find in our agenda. So I will now call our meeting to order. As I said, we will be entering into executive session. Tonight, the board has 3 executive session discussions. I will read each of them into the record. First, the Select Board will hold an executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Clause 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. I do so declare. We will be discussing Northern Construction Service, LLC. Second, the board will hold an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Clause 6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body. I do so declare. And tonight we will be discussing ADM Agawam Development, LLC, Redbrook, on Wareham Road and Sandy Beach Road, and discussing the parcels that are listed on our agenda. And third, the Select Board will hold an executive session pursuant to GLC 30A 21A7 to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant and aid requirements. Purpose 7, the open meeting law, general law, Chapter 30A, Section 22F and G, to approve and review the Select Board Executive Session meeting minutes from the following dates as they pertain to Landers Farm Road, the value of real property with the parcels listed in our agenda. So the minutes that we will be approving are from April 28th, 2026, May 5th, 2026, May 12th, 2026, June 2nd, 2026, and June 9th, 2026. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Quintal,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
Mr. Golden,
Yes.
and myself, yes. We will resume at approximately 7 p.m. tonight.
Second.
Okay, welcome, everybody. We are now entering back into open session. We've concluded our business in our executive session, so thank you all very much for your patience. Before we get started, I just wanted to ask if there is anybody else here recording. I'm aware that the local scene will be recording tonight. Is anyone else recording? No? Okay, if you would join the board in the pledge, and then we'll get started with our agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a number of licenses to approve. First, what is the pleasure of the board?
Move them as listed.
Okay,
Second?
second, okay, discussion? No. Okay, Mr. Golden,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
Mr. Quintel,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
and myself, yes, licenses are approved. All right, we also have a number of administrative notes to approve. I know that I would like to pull 9 and 15. Anyone else want to
Like
take any separately?
separate vote on 4.
Number 4, Mr. Golden?
Madam Chair, could I take number 2 separately?
You sure can, okay. Anyone else?
Make a motion to move all the administration notes except 2, 4, 9, and 15.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Quintel,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
Mr. Golden,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, Mr. Golden, did you want to take number 2?
Thanks.
Good evening, folks. My name is Dave Golden. I'm a member of the Select Board and also our resident Manometer on the Select Board. I'm appearing at the podium here tonight in recognition of an incredible Manomet family and an incredible Manomet business. The board was informed and invited last week to the 100th anniversary of Gellers. And so I want to make great recognition of that here tonight with this proclamation. Whereas the town of Plymouth, Massachusetts prides itself on recognizing long-standing legacy family businesses that form the true bedrock of our local culture, economy, and community spirit. And whereas in the year 1926, the Geller family first opened their doors on State Road, launching a continuous century-long of dedicated service through changing eras and generations. And whereas what began as P. Geller's Service Station and later expanded into GRS, Geller's Repair Station, established a sterling reputation for mechanical excellence, reliable roadside aid, and trustworthy neighborhood care. And whereas Geller's Snack Bar evolved into the quintessential coastal Massachusetts summer tradition, beloved by residents and visitors alike for its menu, historic ice cream window, and welcoming hometown charm. And whereas this landmark establishment has been continuously operated across 4 generations of the Geller family, maintaining a profound link to the regional history while fostering an inclusive, multi-generational gathering space for the entire Plymouth community. And whereas on July 20th, 2026, the Geller family, their loyal patrons, and the town of Plymouth gather to proudly commemorate 100 years of continuous operation, honoring a century of hard work, family tradition, and unparalleled customer devotion. Therefore, we, the Select Board of the Town of Plymouth, do hereby officially proclaim July 20th, 2026 as Geller's Centennial Appreciation Day in the Town of Plymouth and call upon all residents to join us in celebrating this historic 100th anniversary milestone. Presented this 14th day of July, 2026 by the Plymouth Select Board. Congratulations. We have a whole crew of Gellers who are here. I'd like to invite someone up to accept the proclamation, and then we're going to invite the entire crew up. We're going to take some pictures with the board. Would you like to say anything?
You're welcome.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank the board very much.
Come on up.
Yeah. I don't know, it's been a long ways. Family's grown quite a bit. I got a new great granddaughter. It's kind of been tough, but hey, we made it to you. And we'll make it further, I hope. And I thank you very much. I thank the board and everybody. Thank you.
If the whole Geller crew wants to come on up, we're going to take a couple of pictures.
Okay. Let's move on in our agenda. Mr. Canty, you wanted to call out admin note number 4?
I was just requesting it be voted on individually as
Oh,
opposed to as a
okay.
group.
Did you have any comments to say, make about it, or you just wanted us to vote on it?
I was looking to have it voted on separately, but if
Okay.
someone else wants to make a comment, they're welcome to.
Okay, is there any discussion on admin note 4? No? Okay, I'll take the vote then.
You
Um,
don't need a motion.
I need a motion.
Motion to approve number 4.
Second?
Second, okay. Mr. Golden,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
No.
Mr. Quintel,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, admin note is approved. Okay, and I wanted to call out number 9. Number 9 reads that the board will authorize the acceptance and expenditure of a contribution of $99,950 made by the Plymouth Regional Economic Development Foundation to support the expense of a Memorial Hall feasibility study. This actually is the week that we have kicked off that feasibility study. I know that there's great community interest in what is happening at Memorial Hall. And the project will officially kick off. The consultant will be here in the first week of August, and begin the engagement exercises to solicit input to the feasibility study. So I just wanted to acknowledge that that was happening and that we will be keeping you apprised of the progress as the project moves forward. Okay. And I'll do number 15 first, and then we can just approve the two of them together, if that's okay.
Okay, Mrs. Zhang.
Okay. Okay, and then I also wanted to call out admin note number 15, and this is about the end-of-year appropriation transfer request for the unexpected premium increase in the last month of FY '26 in the amount of $700,000. A number of residents have contacted us and asked us what that was about, since healthcare is a key hot topic in town, and we, with all other municipalities and all of the residents out here, trying to manage the cost of healthcare keeps increasing. So we just wanted to assure people that that was not a surprise expense, that this was something that we had, is related to the GLP premium increase. Is that correct, Mr. Brindisi?
Yes, so you'll see a number of year-end transfers this evening. Our finance director's here to answer any detailed questions. But the $700,000 is a year-end transfer request, and the primary driver, as we talked about over the last many months, was that this drug, GLP-1, that was had been in the millions of dollars of range as far as costs associated with allowing that drug to take place. That drug is no longer part of the formulary with Blue Cross Blue Shield anymore, so we won't be incurring those costs moving forward.
So, yeah, so this was nothing new. This is just a roundup of what we were
Right.
already
This is something
anticipating.
we've been trending and watching over the last 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to approve 9 and 15?
Motion to approve 9 and 15.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Discussion?
Madam Chair, I would just like to send off a letter of thanks to the foundation for their gift of $99,000
Okay,
to help working with the town on an important project. And I think moving forward, we have to keep that kind of relationship going. So for everyone involved, thank you.
thank you. I'm happy to do that. Thank you. Okay, we have a second. Mr. Golden,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
Mr. Quintal,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay. Admin notes have been approved. We will now move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on public comment? Mr. Lydon.
I'd like to bring up again that our sister city will be here on the 29th of July. They will be in our city. They'll be here for a welcoming ceremony and something new that's happened. And without the cooperation and the professionalism and the wonderful people at the council, at the Cal, they're going to have breakfast there. They're going to tour the Cal and maybe hopefully be able to attend some of the classes that the residents are having. But this is bringing them into our community, and it's also bringing our community into them. So our community can get to know what the sister city's all about. But it's not, it's been everyone that's been involved. Kelly, our town clerk, who's been chair, has done a fantastic job coordinating and getting a lot of this activities done. So I'd just like to make everyone know that they will be here July 29th, and please keep an eye out for them. When you see them, say hello. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a comment? Mr. Bletzer?
I'm Charlie Blitzer. I just want to thank the board, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Quinto, Mrs. Iaquinto, and Mr. Golden for appointing me as a constable in Plymouth. It's an appointment that I'm more than qualified for with my experience in the court system. And I want to thank Mr. Canty for being consistent and continuing to put his personal agenda against what's in the best interest of the town. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. Other public comment? Anyone else in the room? Yes, Ms. Christensen.
Good evening, Michelle Christensen, Precinct 9. First off, I had 2 points. I would like to thank the Select Board and the 4th of July Committee for putting on a fabulous parade. Extremely hot. It was a good day to think about that spa, and you didn't have to go to the spa. You just had a walk. And but I thought everybody did a great job. There was a lot of joy. There was a lot of excitement. And I think also Mr. Brindisi, I watched him handing out flags together with all of you. So I want to thank everybody for that. At this time in our point, I think there's very little joy we see, and that was a really, really nice day. So thank you for that. And the second thing I would like to say is that this evening, I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen with the shallow ponds. I've been working with them, although I'm not in their precinct. I know several of them from pickleball and challenging roads and watching what happens in our precinct compared to theirs. So I'm excited to see what we will do for them specifically. I recognize we don't want to set a precedence, but at the same time, they already had a precedence. This started many, 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 many years ago. So let's see if we can put it to bed and do the right thing for them and do what's fair. So thank you for that, and have a good meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Is there anyone online? No? Okay. That concludes public comment. We'll move into our agenda proper. We have a number of very important presentations to discuss tonight, and we will start with an overview of the Forges Field Master Plan. Oh. Hold, just one second.
Did you go to other admin notes that you didn't call out? Because I didn't hear the vote. You did?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we did.
On
Yeah,
all the other ones?
Yeah,
Okay,
we did.
all right. Thank
We
you.
did. We did. Yeah, no, but we did, we did all of them.
You did all the other ones?
We did all of
Okay.
them first before we pulled them out. Yeah, we got you covered. Yeah. Good night, Lynn.
Madam Chair, excuse me,
That's okay.
but no, but
oh,
before
oh,
we get
yes, yes,
started,
sure.
maybe introduce our new administrative assistant, so people watching probably saying, who's that? Kenzie?
Oh, yeah, we have a new admin here. Her name is Kenzie. You're going to have to help me with the last name. Philibon, Kenzie Philibon, and she just started yesterday, so she is already doing a great job. She came back after her first day, so we're very grateful for that, and we'll see if she comes back after her first select board meeting. So be kind to her today. Okay, let us move on. Ann, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. I'm Ann Slesser, the Recreation Director for the Town of Plymouth. I'm here to introduce Activitas. They're going to be doing a presentation for the Forges Field Master Plan, and I'll be happy to answer any questions after their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Good evening, Select Board. My name is Ben Gleason. I'm an Associate Principal and Landscape Architect with Activitas. We're based out of Dedham. We were engaged back in January of 2025 to begin this master planning process for the Forges Field recreational area. So tonight, we have a pretty robust presentation. We've tried to consolidate it, and we'll move through it and kind of get you the information that we have developed along the way over the last year and a half. And then we'll open it up, obviously, for conversation and question. Am I able to? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So as part of our team at Activitas, we have landscape architects and civil engineers. We focus primarily on sports facility design work. So this kind of fit really, really well into in our wheelhouse. As part of that group, we brought in a few different sub-consultants to help us with that master planning process, one being a public space and program consultant. We had a MEP consultant, outside cost consultant, and then a traffic consultant as well. We'll get through a lot of that as we kind of move through this, but we have some input from them on all those topics along the way. I know there'll be a lot of questions about traffic, cost, phasing, those types of things, and we can talk through that. So tonight, we're on really on one of the last phases of our master planning process. As I said, back in January 25, we started with a discovery task, and that was a deep dive into all the needs assessment for Forges Field. We looked at all of the recreational needs in that facility. What gets used by different user groups? What are the good things, the bads, the goods, the bads, the uglies? What are the constraints, the opportunities? We took that and we went out and actually spent a few days on the site and met with a lot of the stakeholders, a lot of the rec groups themselves, walked the facility with DPW, with the recreational group, saw firsthand all of the great things and all of the different areas of concern from all the different rec groups. So that was a really great thing to do. From there, we've taken all of that input, we created a bunch of visioning and test ideas, pushed that back out to those groups through 2 separate public meetings and a couple different surveys, and then kind of took that and kept diluting that through a whole process of how do we phase this, what does the cost look like, and are we meeting all the goals that we developed as a working group with the town. So tonight we have a draft final report that we've been developing. We're here to kind of get your feedback and work that kind of into the final report as well. As part of that discovery phase,
We used our outside consultants for a deep dive market analysis for Forges Field specifically. We took a look at what is the market like for all the different sporting events that happen there locally and then regionally. Through that, we were able to really identify that Forges Field really is the largest facility of its kind on the South Shore. Not only do you have a lot of visitors within that 1 to 5 mile radius, you have people coming 50 miles away for its current usage. So that started to really inform us in terms of what are the possibilities here, who are those direct users with Plymouth, but also who are those users beyond. We did existing traffic studies, as I mentioned. We had our traffic engineer out there doing traffic counts, parking counts, really an analysis of your typical daily traffic and usage of the facility, and also those peak times on Saturdays and Sundays, really understanding what does it look like as people are entering and exiting at, when it's quiet in the morning versus 1 o'clock on a Saturday when you have multiple events going on across. And then a third layer to that, we did a deep dive as well on all of the current usage hours on each one of those fields. So we took a look at who's using it, how long are they using it, what is the condition of those fields, is it irrigated, is it grass, and we really compiled that in to understand exactly what are the problem areas, what are the overusage areas, what parts of the site are underutilized, and where can we move some of that program around. Some existing pictures of what's out there today, really kind of defined by, a lot of fields that suffer from overuse. There's a lot of issues with existing irrigation, really kind of outdated irrigation that really needs to be upgraded. You start to see that with a lot of the burned out lawn areas, aging infrastructure, and then kind of a little bit of a disorganization with some of the programs. We also performed an online survey for the community. This is just a quick snapshot of some of the feedback we received. We received just under 800 responses over about a 4-week period of time. And this starts to kind of highlight what some of those most important amenities were that were targeted by those user groups that took that survey. Over on the right-hand side, you can really see all those big words that you see are all of the majority of the feedback that we heard from constituents. So restrooms being the biggest word. Everybody needs a bathroom out there, right? There's not enough. That's what we heard over and over and over, whether that be in a survey or direct feedback. Turf fields instead of grass. There seemed to be a need for that. We heard a lot of voice from the lacrosse program, not feeling like they had a home there. Parking. Water fountains, a lot of the other amenities that you think about with a big public park. A quick summary of some of those public meeting discussions on top of that. A big topic of discussion was the concern over increased traffic. Whatever we do at Forges, what does that mean to the local road? What's happening on Jordan? What's happening on Long Pond? And that the master plan really needs to consider that and really provide an understanding to the town of whatever we're going to build, how will that infrastructure support that? Another big comment was really related around the football fields, the championship football field and the lower field. If you've ever had a chance to be out there, you really can see how poorly that turf has been able to withstand. They're really in tough shape. Other things we heard about, there's long walks to the fields. There doesn't seem to be great amount of parking next to different program sites, so there becomes some parking issues on the access road. Many things that I think a lot of people who visit the site see on a day-to-day basis. In our last meeting with the public, we talked about budget concerns and constraints. Right now, Crosswinds has a maintenance contract through their lease of the property to maintain. That seems to be an ideal situation, and I think, as we've talked through that with the town, trying to understand what the level of maintenance would be required for further investment in the facility, and what would that mean with that Crosswinds contract, and what would they need to come to the table with to provide the town. We heard a lot about potential for indoor programming at the site. Currently not having that indoor space, whether that be fields or courts. We heard specifically about hockey. That came up a lot. And that was certainly discussed as a group with the town when we started developing our master plan. So through that, we kind of diluted all that down, and as a working group with the town, we came up with 3 major goals that this master plan needed to address. Clearly, number one, whatever happens out at Forges, it needs to support the Plymouth community athletics programs. That's what it does today, and that's what it needs to continue to do. So no matter what, we need to be able to address the amount of hours and the usage that the current facility promotes, and make sure that's captured in the master plan. The second thing to that is a promotion of sports tourism. So once we've kind of handled the internal Plymouth recreational groups, is there an opportunity to expand the actual programming of the site, knowing that it's so large and there are a lot of pieces that are undeveloped, to become a sports tourism engine for the community. And then that kind of falls into that third goal. How can we develop this facility to benefit the local economy? So that's kind of those 3 tiers that we're going to try to talk through here. This is an existing conditions plan of the site. This is, north is actually looking towards the left. It's a really large site. Many of you know this site, and you come in off of Jordan Pond on the bottom of the screen. You come up through Forges Field Road. There we go. You come up through Forges Field Road, you pass through the transmission line corridor, and you appear at the soccer complex, right? This big round circle looks like a big field. This is actually the well that's out there right now, the large well. So that's kind of our buffer zone to stay out of as we start thinking about what the future master plan looks like. All of the blue spaces, these blobs, these are all little wetlands that are kind of tucked in and around the space. And then you see all these green dash fields. These are all of your existing fields and existing infrastructure throughout the site. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 pockets of parking around the site. You have various pathways. Most of your amenities are really around that hub right in the middle where you have your pavilion, really where your outhouses are kind of usually located. The Vikings have their concessions building. Otherwise, there is some good organization out there today. There is a little bit of overlap in terms of having some diamond sports intermingled with some of the rectangular sports, and that's all stuff that we tried to think about as we look through this. So keeping us up at like 5,000 feet, we started to think about how do we increase field and court quantities to satisfy the current needs and hours of the existing Plymouth community, and where do those go? And part of the master plan looks at consolidating like uses. So as we just talked about with the senior baseball field being located where my cursor is, we looked at actually trying to develop different quadrants, different sectors of the site to like sports. On the bottom of the plan, showing a football, lacrosse, multi-use rectangular field complex, kind of keeping that in its current configuration, but adding some fields and adding amenities. In the center of the site, keeping that really a bit more football field, multi-purpose field oriented. We'll talk a little bit about later what we're showing in terms of a potential building in that location. And as you head towards the north of this site, really towards Route 3, that's where all the diamond sports are pushed. We maintain your softball fields, baseball, little league fields in that back sector with its own parking, and we generate a new youth and senior baseball diamond complex up in the currently untouched hill of the site. All of that starts to look at, as we look at the actual flow of vehicles around the site, that starts to create a nice big loop. Right now, it dead ends up at your pickleball courts. We look at actually extending that driveway up and around and trying to actually create a nice big continuous loop for visitors. Right now, if you look at the bottom chart, the bottom left chart, we tried to put this into numbers to understand exactly what this does for the usage hours. Your current needs for rectangular fields, based on your current usage over the last several years, is right around 4,100 hours of use annually. This design pushes us up to approximately 6,300 hours of use comfortably on those fields. And that's a combination of natural grass and incorporation of some synthetic turf to try to kind of balance those out. On the diamond field side of things, right now your current needs, your current Plymouth needs are around 3,700 hours. This design starts to allow for upwards of 4,200 hours. So we're certainly satisfying those current local needs, thinking a little bit more, as we talked about, sports tourism. This starts to kind of push on that availability. And this is a final rendering of the site. We're going to zoom in to a bunch of areas, but this starts to give you an idea in terms of how some of the new parking areas start to lay out in the different quadrants. So here's your soccer, lacrosse, multi-field complex down at 6, 7, 8. Same thing in the middle of the site here. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And as I go north, I'll talk a little more of that. In the middle of each of these new quadrants, we've also started to add in other amenities like gathering amenities, shade structures, small pocket playgrounds to allow for parents with young children other kids may be on those fields, not have to transport themselves across the entire facility to go find the other playground. They have it locally to that parking lot. 2 bathrooms there. We've also proposed new composting toilets in each one of these quadrants, so at least everything is local to those parking lots and those usages. So it'd be the same thing with the football field area, upgrades to the playground. Number 5 is we've actually located a potential community center, a rec center, trying to create and really bolster the hub in the middle of the facility. We'll talk a little bit about, what the size of that looks like and precedents for that. As you keep heading north, some new renovations to the football fields, an expansion of your current softball field, the adult league softball field to a synthetic turf to really provide big multi-purpose activity. A dog park at number 9, just in between the little league fields and that multi-purpose field. And then as you work your way around, there's your new diamond complex with new youth baseball and adult baseball. Again, its own parking, its own gathering amenities, toilets, a small playground, things of that nature. This is a quick chart to kind of provide an idea in terms of how many more fields per sport this provides. Senior baseball, the net change is we're looking, we'd really be adding an additional senior baseball field. We asterisk that because that also would be a synthetic turf field, which also would have some dual use with some other multi-purpose ability. Junior baseball would be getting another 2 fields out there. Softball, another field. Again, that's asterisked with as that it would be a synthetic turf field. Football, an additional field, and then multi-purpose, really soccer, lacrosse, anything else rectilinear, 4 to 6 fields depending on how that's organized. We'll talk about traffic real quick. So our existing traffic engineer, like I said, they did a big study of what's existing out there versus what's proposed in our master plan. What they did find, curious enough, with the existing parking out there is that there actually is adequate parking across Forges. It's just a matter of where it's located and how it's organized. So when a large soccer tournament or large soccer event's happening, we found that there's really not enough parking close to those fields. People are parking down the road. They're trying to cut through. They may not know there's actually closer parking around the corner. They just find the easiest path of least resistance. So as part of the master plan, we have looked at trying to relocate a lot of those spaces, group them in by their like usages, and then add the appropriate number of spaces additional to what we would see being used out there. In total, in this full build out, below the transmission line corridor, which is running kind of east-west in this picture, we're adding about 525 spaces, which would really bode well for big tournaments. It would bode well for kind of those shoulder season events, also for teams that are still waiting to get out there. You wouldn't have the backup of people parking to wait for people to leave. On the northern part of the site, we haven't talked about this yet, but we will talk about it with some of the cost estimating. We've been exploring potentially utilizing that side of the site as an opportunity for a privately leased, subleased part of the land for an independent developer. This shows just a model of what potentially could get developed out there. And it shows really almost an indoor soccer complex model, almost like a 4Kicks if you've been to one of those facilities. A building large enough to support indoor fields, outdoor fields, and then even, whether that be a hotel, restaurant, something that provides amenities to a site if we're starting to think big picture about a sports tourism destination. In terms of other traffic study notes, the amount of traffic, I mean, that's obviously going to be the big question, right? How much traffic does this generate out onto Jordan and Long Pond? The amount of traffic, kind of worst case scenario conservatively, that all of this construction would generate is about 4 times the additional trips that you typically would see on a weekend right now. So we put that in perspective in terms of how many people are coming in and out on a current Saturday. As we talked through that, it became very, very clear that through where people are going, whether they're going north or south, it became very, very clear that a second entrance and exit makes a lot of sense in this full build-out scenario. We did discover that there are additional easements to the Forges Field property further down on Long Pond Road. And so we did look at providing a primary exit specifically for out directly onto Long Pond Road. Our traffic engineer discovered through their traffic counts and their analysis that approximately 70% of people leaving Forges right now are actually heading to Long Pond Road. They're taking a left onto Jordan, and then they're finally making their way onto Long Pond. This, even if, say, 50% of those people decided to use that road, would alleviate a ton of congestion at that Jordan Pond, Long Pond Road intersection and totally alleviate that issue. So I think, long term, that's going to probably make a ton of sense to develop this entire facility out, and it provides an outlet for that number of cars. So that's a big project, right? There's a lot of stuff in there. As part of kind of our task was to kind of peel that back and start to identify this in more of a phased approach over time. So we'll talk through here. We have kind of 4 categories of different projects out there. And then we have, as we look at the cost estimates, we've even kind of done some sub-phasing to those as well. And we've started to look at, if it's whether it's 1 to 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out, that kind of stuff. We'll talk through that. So everything in red on the screen here, this is the master plan. Everything highlighted in red is something that we've kind of put into the boat of critical. These are improvements to safety, usability, and playability of the fields. Reconstruction of some of those natural grass fields to get engineered and get the stormwater right on those. This is all also life cycle maintenance and repair projects. This is all stuff that we see as something in that 1 to 5 year time frame. Get right the facilities you have now, and kind of right size all of that. The next phase, next kind of boat that we put everything in is a strategic phase. And this is additions to the existing program. So things like adding another Little League field to complete that area, converting one of those soccer fields to turf, adding more fields to the soccer complex. And we're looking at that more as a capital planning projects that are 5 years out. So as we look at cost estimates, thinking a little bit further. And then kind of that third bucket is bigger visionary items. So we've put the rec center and adjacent field into that, thinking about supporting, additions to support new programs and promote economic development, and bigger developmental projects like going into the untouched parcel, part of the parcel, and building out that baseball complex, completing the loop road back to Forges Field Road. And we put that into a bigger bucket, 10-year out time frame. And then finally, we've put that kind of potential site expansion with a private developer as a potential enabling phase. And that could be something that happens now, later, somewhere in between. And that's obviously to be determined on what kind of developer would want to come and build here. But that also could become an economic engine for attracting other investments in the facility as well. So, a little chicken before the egg thing. It depends on when that kind of falls into the schedule of things. We've kind of put that in as its own whole separate category. In terms of opinions of probable cost. We've kept everything color coordinated in terms of how you compare everything, whether it's critical, visionary, strategic, et cetera. And we've actually started to go ahead and break these down even further into smaller phases. And the first one, I think probably one of the more important ones to talk about tonight, is phase 1A. And this is really a sub-phase of all of those critical projects that we've identified as a really great project to really spearhead and fix some of those bigger issues that you have on the site now. The scope of phase 1A is conversion of your lower football field and conversion of your softball field adjacent to that to synthetic turf, expanding softball to also allow multi-purpose use with some of your rectangular sports like lacrosse, and then rebuilding your natural grass football championship field and really getting the grades right on that, get the stormwater right, fix up the fencing, all of those things that go along with that. New pathways, repairs to accessible pathways, making sure we have accessibility to each facility. And then this also includes 10 new composting toilets across the entire site. So really a pair of grouping of them in each of their existing locations, but also where those future expansions could be, and starting to really think about where those would want to be with that master plan and putting them in a spot now that makes sense for later. So you'll see on all of these, we have a cost estimate on the bottom, and we can obviously provide a deeper breakdown of these as needed. But this project, which is phase 1A, assuming an escalation to next year, comes in around $9.2 million for that piece. And then all of these subsequent ones are going to kind of build on that. Phase 1B is work to fix all of the natural grass fields, the fencing, backstops, team areas of all of these baseball and softball fields up in the top corner. That's escalating out. I'll also note new irrigation systems. That's all included in there. That's estimated out another year out to 2028 to $2.4 million. And then to kind of finish off phase 1 critical projects is reconstruction of the 2 natural grass fields, soccer 2 and 3, in their current configuration, but new natural grass field improvements, regrading, amended native soils, drainage, et cetera, fencing, and equipment. That's estimating at a 3.3 in 2029. When we jump back, kind of keep going to the strategic thinking out about 5+ years out, we're looking now to year 2031. And this starts to break down that strategic bucket to finishing off the dog park and the small diamond sports, and then a potential expansion of your courts, whether that be more pickleball, more basketball. We have the room there to expand courts, and so that seems like an opportune time to do so and really finish off that piece of the site. That is coming in 2031 at $7.7 million. Phase 2B would be to finish off a majority of that soccer complex, the parking, the gathering space, the natural grass fields, and the access to that. That's $8.5 million. And then this last piece of that would be to convert the first soccer field to synthetic turf. Honestly, that could happen kind of in any order in there. But in 2031 pricing, with new athletic lighting there, it's about $3.7 million. This piece is that phase 3 portion of the rec center. We've been utilizing to date Pembroke's recent community center build as a pretty good example and a good precedent for size here. 28,000 square foot facility that has indoor rec center, basketball courts. It has an adjacent natural grass field off the backside. It has it has classroom space for, yoga, Pilates, anything like that. Really community room space and some senior activities as well. And also the rec department offices. This also, so obviously this also includes any improvements to the playground in that space, and basically utilizing what Pembroke paid a couple of years ago and escalating that out to 2036. That's about a $34.5 million project. And then this, we kind of kept in its own big bucket again, the potential bigger site expansion. That really kind of entails, we're talking obviously big numbers here out to 2035. A close to $22.5 million project for 4 fields, one of which is turf with lights, new irrigation systems, parking lots, pathways, and all the amenities that kind of go along with that. And then likewise, this kind of just shows, we haven't put any really pricing to this, obviously, as this would be a private developer to work through this, but it kind of shows, what could be done out there, an expansion of the road, all of your utility work that would have to be pulled out there. But we did like the location of this independent facility being a little bit closer to the main drive, so that in winter conditions, there's certainly easy access in and out of the site there. Kind of the last layer to all of this was a big review of operations and maintenance, and understanding what the current annual revenue of Forges is, what are its current annual expenses, what are those numbers, right? And how, as this master plan is implemented, do we start to try to get to operational neutrality? Is that a goal that we can achieve? And I think, there's a pathway here for it, but it takes a little bit of work to kind of make some changes in terms of your pricing structure for reservations, implementing new tournament packages, managed event fees, annual leases for sponsorships at the facilities, seasonal contracts with potential food trucks, concession vendors. We've tried to group this into a number of buckets to give flexibility to the town through the implementation of the different phases. And one of the most important parts of this, as we'll kind of write in this final report, is creating a checklist to check how we're doing on each phase as we go about this, and adjust those price tiers, adjust how we are trying to find that revenue for the next phase, and right size it so that we're not just proceeding and not having the wherewithal to know that we're going to have the revenue to support that. So right now, your annual revenue is just under 20,000 for really it's just facility reservations, and your annual expenses are in the ballpark of 85,000. With these proposed changes, we could see, and obviously it all depends on a few of those items and where you can find that revenue. We're seeing a projection between $90,000 and $190,000 in revenue after that phase 1A project. With the addition of those additional fields and kind of the conversion of some of those fields to synthetic turf, there's clearly going to be a decrease in operational requirements for some of those fields compared to the natural grass fields, and that's where some of those conversations with crosswinds come into play. But we start to assume that with the addition of some of those facilities, we're thinking about 2 full-time employees' salaries for the addition of that. And so we're assuming annual expenses could be around that $140,000 to $175,000 mark. That definitely falls within what your potential revenue could be, but it's on the high end of that. So it's a matter of trying to adjusting, understanding where you're getting that, and then kind of making changes as you move forward. I'm going to finish us tonight with a few 3D renderings of the site. And then I'll open it up for some questions to everybody. This is an aerial view, proposed aerial view of the entire proposed Forges Field complex. We're basically flying over crosswinds at this point, looking north. You can see on the left-hand side the new soccer lacrosse complex, one of those fields being synthetic turf with the darker green. Your new rec center, kind of nicely situated in the center of the site, and then all the rest of the facilities kind of stretching out around to Route 3. As we start to fly in, here's an aerial view of the additional sport court expansion. This is your existing parking lot below there, below the courts and up and around. And here's your new diamond complex up against Route 3. And then now we'll spin around here. We're now over Route 3, looking back over that diamond complex. You can see how that parking stretches kind of radially around it. And we're looking back towards crosswinds to the south. We keep flying back in. Here's your kind of new realigned, reconstructed Little League and softball fields with an amenity building in the middle, new backstops, really kind of a proper diamond complex for your field, for your facilities, and for kind of attracting outside user groups and tournaments. And then here's an aerial view, thinking about Phase 1A. Here's your existing, which would be renovated upper field, natural grass field for the football field, and then your 2 synthetic turf fields. This is the lower field converted, and your new multipurpose field up top. Your new dog park would be right in the bottom corner beyond this. And then finally, here's an aerial view of the soccer lacrosse district, giving you a feel for, the size of that parking, how that's working in with the existing terrain. Here's your 2 new natural grass fields adjacent to that. All of your amenity spaces kind of triangular in that space, easy to get to from all of those fields. And I will turn that over to the board.
Thank you so much. This was a really interesting and very comprehensive presentation. You guys have done an incredible job pulling all of this information together and reflecting back what you learned about the town and the needs into some really interesting plans. And there's clearly a lot of potential down in Borges Field area. So thank you very much for that and for sparking our imaginations with what could potentially be. But I will bring it back to the board for questions now. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Canty.
So it looks like over the next 10 years, if we were to do all these things, it would cost us approximately $91.9 million.
Yeah, it's right up there.
That's significant.
It is.
So this may be more of a question for Ann or possibly Derek than for yourself, but we'll see how it goes. Everybody's here. So is this property currently eligible for any grant funding or other means as opposed to tax? Like, I've seen us apply for park grants in the past. Like, is this property currently eligible for that?
It is, and I know that the rec department is going through that process of applying for the park grant. I don't know if you want to talk to that, Ann, at all, but that would be the plan, just try to go after grants like that.
Yeah, so we originally were going to apply for the park grant this year for FY '27, finishing with the date due July 9th. But we learned that Forges doesn't have the restrictions applied through the Registry of Deeds. So I'm working with council to ensure that we get the recreation restrictions put onto Forges through the Registry of Deeds. It was voted on back in 1994 to be a recreational facility, but it was actually never put through that we can find to the actual Registry of Deeds. So we're working with council to make sure that that now happens. The vote
Okay.
was done, and it was done through the through the town meeting, but
Okay.
it wasn't actually filed through the registry that we can find.
So, okay, so, and that needs to be properly filed as a prerequisite for that.
Yeah, it's one of the questions on the park grant form when we were going through it with Tiffany Park, is that you have to submit the Registry of Deeds showing the recreation restriction on it.
Okay, and we could do that for the next round, we think, or would it take longer?
Yeah, so I have a meeting tomorrow with council and Tiffany and Kristen Ford to work on getting this done and getting it to the registry so that we can apply for the next round in 2027.
Would it be that June time, or
Yeah,
July? You said
yep.
July 9th was the
Yeah,
deadline, so
yep.
first week of July.
Collect, yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
yeah.
It's not. Okay. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So assuming we can sort this all out and start applying for grants, how much of this project could we reasonably expect to be funded through external sources that aren't, the taxpayers here in town? Knowing that grants often are funded through taxpayers at other levels of government, but at least it won't be on our tax levy.
Yeah, so the park grant funds up to $425,000 a year for like every time that you apply. When talking with Tiffany, she thinks that we can phase out part of this and apply over a course of a couple of years to help fund this project. So in the first phase, apply for the 425,000 for the first part of it, and then the next year, apply for another phase of it and continue that way. We would also look at going through CPC and possibly applying through CPC funding for it.
So I don't want to sound fresh,
Yeah,
but I'm
no,
going to anyways.
yeah, sure.
If I'm doing math correctly,
Yep.
if we got that 425 every
Yep.
single year, it would take us approximately 200 years to fund the program. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
so, and it's not going to all be funded through the
Yeah,
park grant.
yeah.
We would have to find other sources
So,
for it.
I mean, it sounds like at best we could probably expect somewhere between like 1% and 5% of the project to be funded through external sources.
Yes, to start anyways.
Okay. I'm floored by that to start. Has CPC money ever been used for any portion of those properties? I know 1994 predates
Yeah,
CPC, but was CPC utilized for further acquisitions surrounding the?
it was used to build part of the pickleball courts
Okay,
back in 2020.
so there should be a recreation restriction on there already for that alone, right?
Correct, there should be, but that's something else I'm working with council to have our recreation restrictions put into place for our properties.
Okay. I have thoughts on this. I love what you've shown us. I think it would be an incredible gem for the entire South Shore. I think it would be a tremendous asset for the town. I'm certainly concerned about the price tag. I'm also worried about the continued cost of operating these facilities. I think that 2 full-time equivalents aren't nearly enough to. They're not enough to pick up the trash in this place, much less maintain all the facilities, the fields, the buildings, to staff the amenity centers. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, I'm assuming. Can you go back to the conceptual master plan?
I actually have, while you're talking about that as well.
Oh, I'm going to come back to those
Okay, I'm
numbers.
sorry. Because we do, to that point, we do start, through each phase, we do start to add full-time employees, depending on the amount of facilities and what those are. So clearly, like, when you, I'll leave it right here, when you get to, like, adding a rec center, clearly there's more staff that are needed for that.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
assuming
so
that the rec
that-
center is going to be a public endeavor, not like it's not going to be a Gold's Gym or a
No.
Planet
Yeah,
Fitness, right?
we
It's
would
gonna
look
be
at, yeah, and
something that we operate.
Yeah.
I mean that. In your opinion, Ann, how many folks would you need to run a facility like that?
I mean, between custodians and full-time recreation staff, you're probably looking at least 4. But you would also transfer the recreation offices over there, which would help maintain some of that. A lot of the classes and activities that we run are through like private partnerships that we would still offer there. And essentially move our operations from Memorial Hall over to this recreation center.
But you'll still need people at Memorial Hall. And
Well,
as
just the
well, right?
Memorial Hall director at that point, yeah.
Okay. So I'm worried that we're not properly accounting for the number of people that this is going to take for us to maintain and actually operate the facility.
Sure.
We can go to your numbers now. We have seen them because we have them in our packet.
Oh, good, okay.
But I don't believe the public has. So can you just run us through these numbers? So I think if I'm doing the math correctly, that in addition to the $91.9 million that Mr. Canty and I calculated, I think we're also looking at an operational deficit annually when we're at full build out, somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000. Is that correct? I'm on the right one. Yeah, why don't you just run us through the whole numbers?
So, yeah, so this chart here starts to look at, to your point about staffing, right? Where do we need to see staff increases at different levels? And when we start to look at your current, phase 1 that we just talked about, there's your two additional staff, and those start to build with additional usage and different scope. The big add is with phase 3 with that recreational center. Where you really need a total between 9 to 13 full-time employees site-wide. So that slowly builds up over time with that. And then the next slide starts to look at where those operational neutrality gaps are, to your point, right? So current baseline, we're seeing that $66,000 to $73,000 gap. We start to add in phase one, where we think you might be able to make things up. This is where those gaps are, and that's where we've started to. This will get updated a little bit more to what the updated fee schedules that we've generated with our outside consultant. That starts to try to bridge that gap a little bit more, and it's meant to be an incredibly malleable working model through each phase. So obviously, if we got through phase one and we said we're still at that gap, we're not doing the right things here, to either right size the fees that for the programming that's coming in, or we're not attracting sponsorships or the tournaments to pay for those dividends. And so that is where you'd have to make those adjustments. But clearly, it's tough. It's really tough to make that.
And does this include any estimates for? I'm assuming I think you mentioned actually the hotel, field house, outdoor side.
This does not include anything for them. Right?
So there's no revenue accounted for.
No revenue accounted for that.
Okay.
So, if there was an agreement in place with that private lease to pump revenue back in to the facility, that would certainly help to.
Is your vision that we build that and then lease it, or that we just lease that land and have someone else build it out?
I think you'd lease that land and you work that lease agreement.
That's a good answer. That's my
I don't
favorite.
think you guys.
That's my favorite answer so far. But I mean, I just don't see that. I don't see that facility closing the gap. And I have a really hard time with the overall sticker price of this. I have a 7-year-old daughter who I would love to see playing some of her high school games out there in 10, 11 years time. I'll reserve judgment for whether or not that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Cohen?
Yes, so obviously, I remember years ago, we had a study done here in Plymouth that showed, based on our population, based on our recreational amenities across the town of Plymouth, we're underserved. The average resident has less access to active recreational space than most towns in this region. So we are in a situation where we are underserved as residents in terms of our recreational space. But, obviously at $90 million plus, that's going to be a challenge. We don't want it to become our ice town, where we get into an expenditure that we can't manage. But during this process, did we look at different approaches around the town of Plymouth? Plymouth is 22 miles long, 15 miles wide. Getting around Plymouth in terms of, did you all think of just one concentration or looking at other places? I know we have schools and yards that need improving, so you could probably kill two birds with one stone by upgrading the schools' recreational amenities and using those on the weekends, so the schools get it and the residents get it, and then it's spread across the town. Was there any approach to looking at how we could increase the recreational amenities across the town of Plymouth? Obviously, there is the intensification of this operation all on its own, but was there any looking at the region and the existing recreational facilities that we do have around Plymouth and expanding on those from the schools to West Plymouth and places like that in North Plymouth?
Yeah, so the way that we looked at this was also making it a hub that everybody, when they're hosting a tournament or hosting like large activities, that there's a space for that everybody can gather at one space instead of having to travel all around Plymouth. Okay. So like at a tournament, if you're going to a tournament and having to drive from Forges all the way down to an Elmer Raymond,
Right.
it would be a large gap in between games and activities that you would go to. So trying to centralize that into one space and having it be kind of central for people so that, you didn't have to travel all the way to South Plymouth for a turf field if you were looking for a space up, like you're in West Plymouth, and trying to expand it after this to include other facilities.
Right.
But this was our main focus right now with the master plan, was this space.
Right. And then back to the first slide, there was a slide that showed, the first slide on the conceptual plan. Okay, there we go. There we go. So there is a well at that location. And it's circled. Is that a zone 1 or a zone 2 that, or is that encumbering both zone 1 and 2 in there? What is that encumbering, that circle around that well? What distance do I have? Because obviously we have a well and we don't want to encroach on areas such as the zone 1, but then there's the zone 2. Is that shown in this plan? Am I looking at the zone 2 also? Obviously, that must be the zone 1. Covering,
It's
It's
the,
the 400-foot wellhead protection zone for it.
and that's covering both zone 1 and 2?
I believe so. We can check that. But
Yeah, so I got, yeah, it's, so it's, you know, there's a wellhead out there, and we want to make sure that, that's important to the town also in terms of the water quality coming out of this location, so we have to be sensitive to that. And back to the slide that had the costs at full build-out, what the annual revenue is. Now, you have the rec department is known for its management of its revolving funds, doing a fantastic job bringing in the money to undercut the cost of what the department does run. How would this affect that overall strategy of the rec department having its revolving funds and its income to cover the costs? So it's just that amount you're saying what it's going to cost to run, what your revenue is currently it's $19,000 at Hope Forges.
yeah, that's what we generate right now through like the youth group rentals and like some of the private rentals for that facility.
Right.
So, you know, the way we envision it is the recreation revolving account helping to fund some of this project as well
Right.
for the build out for it.
Right.
And hopefully generating tournaments and activities that would help offset some of the expenses moving forward. Similar to what we do with a lot of our activities is trying to offset what we request for needs from the town.
So if we would do something like this, we would be looking at setting up these revolving funds. But in the interim, as we move towards that, is there any money being set aside for things of this nature? Is it all going to the operational activities of the rec department? Is anybody going into capital improvements of parks of this magnitude?
So we do try to use recreation revolving funds to build capital, as we did with the pickleball courts at Forges.
Yeah.
And some other improvements around the different facilities. We do use our recreation revolving funds from our class fees to help build out some of these projects.
Probably
And
would think about maybe looking at a percentage of that each year being put away in a capital fund for improvements. I think as that builds up, residents will understand that there's more revenue options to pay for these things that you're talking about. And I just wanted to touch on recreational restrictions. That is a problem. There are a number of parcels in Plymouth that we have deemed as recreational, but we don't have these recreational restrictions on the land because it's very difficult when you have a recreational restriction. You can't hold the restriction on yourself as a municipality. A third party outside of the town has to hold that, have the burden of enforcement of the restriction. So we can come up with a restriction, the town of Plymouth, and work with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, come up with that language. But we're also going to have to eventually partner with a third party to hold a recreational restriction. And we don't have that in Plymouth right now. I think that people have to understand, the CPC has mentioned this many times over the years, that we really need to find an entity that we can partner with. With open space, it's pretty straightforward. You're partnering with the Wildlands Trust to hold that restriction. But here in Plymouth, we don't have that third party, and that has been a struggle all the years to find that. So is there any discussions on how that might happen? I know you're meeting with town council and different individuals, but is there any thought process going into that, because eventually when you end up with the registry of deeds and you're filing a restriction, you're going to have someone that's going to be identified as having the burden of enforcement of that and restriction over time.
Yep, and I'm working with Kristen Ford on that, to develop a plan to find a organization to hold those restrictions.
Right.
So we're hoping that we do have that in place soon.
Okay.
So I see Commissioner Brady is encroaching on the microphone there. Would you like to come up and say a few words?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just wanted to set this a little bit in terms of we were tasked with looking at the best of the best, right? We looked at a very comprehensive plan, and I think this incredible team started with the thought that we have the largest landmass for this potential on the South Shore. Looking at that ideology, sure, it's a $91 million price tag. One, please remember it's broken into many different segments, and we are only looking at potential. But two, if we are entering into this looking as us as a premier place for tournaments, for potential hotels, or maybe tax revenue. We're looking at it from an economic standpoint. We're looking at the potential of what we can do for our residents, for our visitors, for our families and children, and seniors, of course, but also what we can do to attract the revenue and the economy that we might want to put Plymouth on the map. So please take it piece by piece. They did the pie in the sky. It's malleable. It's creative. To your point, Chair Iaquinto, it gave us a lot of creative flow. I don't want to get caught in the $91 million price tag, though. I want to get caught in the strategic planning of what this type of structure and premier park could bring to us in a number of different ways. So just wanted to make that known. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And that actually was going to be one of my questions. When we talked about next steps, I was wondering if we would be able to get a better understanding of what the economic development opportunities were for this, because I do notice that you had up there, sports tourism, and we are looking at economic development opportunities across the community now. And if this could play a role in it, some sort of a role in it, it would be really great for us to all have that understanding of what that could potentially look like.
I appreciate that, and know that we had many robust conversations, and Activitas is well aware that that was our focus. Besides the obvious, we really wanted to ensure that we looked at this again through a lens that would benefit the town, of course our residents, but benefit the town economically and financially on a longevity scale, not just a pretty park, it's 91 million, can we build it? If you do build it, they will come. I've heard that phrase, but I think this is a strategic plan, not just a pretty plan.
Appreciate that. Okay, other questions, Mr. Canton?
So this isn't a criticism, but I do think of the work of either the staff or the consultant. But if we're only going to estimate as of right now, like a 5% off the outside funding sources for this, I don't think we're going to be able to do much or any of this based on our current financial circumstances, with not just this, but also what's happening with Memorial Hall. And obviously we have other things like new school to build, a new fire department to build, potentially a new police department or expansion of the existing. And obviously none of this stuff happens in a vacuum. So it's good to have an idea of what we'd like to do, but I think we'd need to have aggressive alternative funding sources to achieve any meaningful progress on this in the time frame outlined. So I wanted to circle back on the restriction piece, because Anne, you had mentioned that I think I caught that you were looking for, with council to work on restrictions that are not in place on properties. Does that include, and this again is not a criticism of you, you have enough to do running the department. It's not your responsibility to record restrictions at the Registry of Deeds. But are there other properties that don't have these restrictions in town? For the rec department?
So not for the rec department per se, but for active recreation.
Yep.
There are parks that do not have active restrictions on them right now.
Okay, so
So we-
CPC or other funding was
Yes.
expended with an expectation of not only whatever work was done, but that a restriction would be filed, and that hasn't happened.
Correct.
That's your understanding.
I think that,
Hold on. So I think we should, I'll bring this up later. And again, this is not directed at you, but that's troubling because if that's going to get in the way of us being able to utilize creative funding sources, then that's a serious problem. And that's a lot of times what the fund, whether it's CPC or other funding sources, that restriction is a prerequisite of that funding and a requirement of securing it and expending those funds. So I think we have to be very careful going forward with making sure that we're doing all those things so that we don't find ourselves in this position where we're missing a grant cycle, which is only going to see cost overruns in terms of next year when we're applying, it's going to be even more. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I do think that that's a broader discussion, Mr. Canty, like you said. So I think that if we could get that on on a future agenda for discussion, that would be great. But I'd like to right now, just for efficiency's sake, keep the discussion focused on the Forges Field master plan. And then we can come back at the end of the meeting tonight. And if there's anything else we want to touch on in future meetings, we can do that. So if we can all agree to do that, we've got a lot more to come on our agenda. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm assuming, can you go back to one of the maps? I'm assuming that these costs also are themselves assuming a best case scenario in terms of construction conditions on the sites. My guess is that everything on what is our right side, where the existing fields are, I imagine the topography is able to work with this because there are already fields there. I'm interested to hear about whether or not that left-hand side, the privatized piece, could come to fruition if, what's the topography like over there?
Yeah, so all of the new fields, all of the new development on here, whether it's the east side or the west side, have all been situated in a way that could work with the topography, with the grades, so that we're not just giving you hey, let's throw a field here and it's not ever going to work. In terms of the cost estimates, we do have a hefty 20% built in for contingency in there. So keep that in mind. There's a nice contingency in there, being at this level, at this stage of the game, that's a conservative, good thing to do. But keep in mind that those numbers are baked into those.
I appreciate that. I'm a little gun shy on that because we've seen projects in town that have had 20, 25, 30% contingency built in that have still faced cost overruns. And so I'm cautious on whether or not that even that 20% is going to be sufficient.
Understood.
So I worry that, listen, I am a member of this government. I think government is terribly inefficient. And I think that if we're endeavoring on a public project like this, unless we have hefty buy-in from private partners, I don't see how we can accomplish this vision. And I love it, and I would certainly be behind it if we had some private partners that could offset the cost, if we had some dollars coming in from other government entities, if we were able to fund it in a way that wasn't going to significantly impact our tax levy, then I would 100% be behind this. But I'm not seeing it right now.
Maybe this is a good time for you to just explain to us what are next steps.
Madam Chairman, I've been waiting to talk to the board.
So our plan next steps were to take feedback from tonight, incorporate any changes that we needed to make into the master plan and finalize a whole document for the town, and submit that through you all. That would kind of put a bookend to this initial master planning process. And then we would look to the rec department and the town for kind of next steps for an actual project moving forward. But this worked at the tail end of kind of putting a ribbon on it and delivering what we were contracted to do.
Okay, great. And Mr. Quintel? Oh, Mr. Cohen?
Cohen, yes, thank you. This is obviously a strategic plan. We're looking at what the staff and others were able to put together with residents about the options of the future. Obviously, there is a need, but I do believe that the restrictions are part of this conversation tonight. And I look forward to additional conversations about these restrictions because they have something to do with the financial capability of the town to pursue a parks grant. And so if we are looking at funding sources, and this is an executive board that has to make financial decisions, the buck stops here. So it is part of the discussion tonight to talk about these restrictions. I'm glad that the town is focused on this. I've seen and heard good things coming from town staff about this dilemma that we're having, and that is that we do not have restrictions on recreational spaces in town that have been purchased back as the early as the 1980s and 90s. And so obviously, we're going through that and we're identifying those parcels and we're focusing our attention on this question about a third-party outside entity to have the burden of this and restriction. So I think that I look forward to the future discussions about it, and I just want to further emphasize it because obviously this is a major component of not only going after grants, but protecting our existing recreational space into the future. So thank you. I just wanted to make that point.
Mr. Quintel, did you have a comment or question? You haven't spoken yet. Please, the floor is.
I want to say thank you for a job well done. As far as the price tag goes, as we go along and give you direction, we get to that when we get to that. We can only do what we can afford. We all know that, so. But I do want to ask, and if I missed it, I apologize. Like the rec building, for example, that large building. If it was located or designed where it had a beautiful view, you could use it as a wedding facilities, and that's a high demand in this town, I can tell you that. It's huge. So based on that, and no matter what we do, if you could just take a peek at that, it'd be full every weekend. The hotel thing, you know, and I'm not saying no, and I'm not going to be here probably, so. But I'm very concerned with traffic going into these neighborhoods.
Right.
I'm a stickler with that, and I listen to the people, and I usually don't agree with traffic reports. I'll be honest about that. I hope none of you are okay. So we're good tonight. All right, because it's a snapshot, and I say it all the time, and I'm not going to go into it for an hour, but what we see today and 5 years out, 10 years out, that's the issue. I mean, this town's growing. As far as do we need a recreation facility like this? Yes, we do. And we should have first class for our kids. I'm all in. Have we looked at maybe daycare? We hear all over the place in town, even with the schools. Daycare, maybe I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm not a designer, in the basement. Daycare center offering that. That's another moneymaker or income, if you will. And because it's not just about the money, it's about the working families and the children in this community and the seniors also. I'm sure you'd be playing some role with that if this was I mean, I'd love to see it move forward. Like I say, I have some question about the development part of it, but I'm not going to say no at this time. It's early, and I probably won't be here at the end when you get to that phase. But, you know, stay open-minded, but just some things to think about. And the other thing I heard, and I've been hearing for years in the town, is ice hockey. Well, I say hockey, but an ice rink, because I hear people go for miles for those. Even our own residents travel miles for that. So I don't know.
That was definitely brought up. for
It
sure.
was brought up?
That was
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, I just telling you what I hear out
It
there,
is, yeah.
so. Thank you, and I look forward to the next part, next phase, and see if we can get that somebody to hold those restrictions, or however we have to set that up. I don't know the first thing about that, but thank you.
Mr. Canty.
So in terms of changes to the master plan, this may be a change, but just to be clear. So phase 1, A, B, and C, those were like the minimum to maintain like functionality and safety. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So would you consider that to be like the minimum viable product? Like if we could only do the minimum, would phases 1A, 1B, and 1C be what we need to do and the
Yes.
rest is wants and would be nice?
Exactly. And that's why we kind of classified those as those critical items to happen now
Yep,
to make the facilities what they need to be for
okay.
your current needs.
Current and projected, like in terms of like if the current, if we're not adding uses to it, but we're just accounting for like the growth of demand of the current uses, is that if that were considered the minimum viable product, so that we're covering the current types of uses there, but accounting for the growth of the community over the next, say, 10 years? Is that in phase 1, A, B, and C, or is that beyond that?
Probably a little bit beyond that.
Okay,
To what degree, I couldn't tell you tonight,
sure.
but for sure a little bit beyond that. I think a big step towards that is
Yep.
conversion of some of the surfaces to
Okay,
synthetic turf to give you that flexibility
right,
to those changes over 10 years,
yep,
where some kids are going towards baseball, some kids are going to lacrosse, those
Right.
types of shifts.
okay,
But in terms of total hours needed over that time, we'd have to look at it a little bit closer. but-
okay. Could you provide that in an update?
Yeah, we could look.
Because I think that knowing what, to basically have like a 20, whenever let's say we broke ground tomorrow, a 2026 version of this current field that will last us until 2036, in the event that we can do none of the extras that were outlined. I like the extras, to be clear, but I'm not confident that we could afford that at the moment.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you again very much. So we'll look forward to hearing the progress of this project. And I think as you heard, we're all very excited about what you've shown us today, just a little bit sticker shock. I
Of
guess.
course.
That's a good way to put it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next on our agenda, we will be hearing from Bill Coyle, our Director of Public Works, and Rick Bossy, our Town Engineer, who will present a roads acceptance policy. And we've had some preliminary discussions about this policy in past meetings, so
Yes.
today you're going to present us with your proposed policy, is that correct?
Correct. Good evening, Bill Coyle, DPW Director. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. With me this evening also is Rick Bossy, Town Engineer. And we have, I think, many items to discuss and to review. I'm sure it'll be a very productive conversation that we'll have. And also to talk about the Shallow Pond Estates subdivision. So a couple things I want to mention is that we had sent to the board for review. There was a PowerPoint presentation that spoke to some of the key points relative to the acceptance policy and also to some of the financial impacts as well. What we did is we did reduce that a little bit just in the spirit of trying to be somewhat brief on our presentation. So we did remove some of what you had in your presentation compared to what you'll see tonight, but we're happy to answer questions because some of that detail, we dove in a lot of details that maybe we don't need to get into tonight. But we also sent a copy of the acceptance roadway policy to you as well, and we'll be happy to answer questions regarding that. And before I start, what I would like to say is, as we present the roadway acceptance policy and some of the impacts, I would say that the policy is really geared primarily towards roadways that go through the standard subdivision control process, follows the subdivision rules and regulations, the road is approved by the planning board, the roadway is built, it's inspected, all the work is completed, and then the developer goes to the town and requests, they petition the town and requests to be accepted as a town road. Shallow Pond Estates that we'll talk shortly about, and we'll present that as well, is probably the most somewhat complicated example of what we would have to tackle to get accepted. So I want people to keep that in mind, that this policy is typical of a standard subdivision, and the Shallow Pond Estates is not probably what I would consider typical. So with that in mind, let me jump right into it. So this is roadway acceptance and financial impacts. So just to speak to a little bit of the existing conditions, currently accepted public roads and public used and maintained. And I'll speak to this briefly in this slide, but going forward, I'll point out that we will refer to used and maintained as public roads. The only difference is that they are both public roads as far as we consider them. One plot of roadway or sample, the public roads were accepted at town meeting. Used and maintained were determined at some point, probably back in, from my experience, I think in the 70s, the state, when they had a state aid section, actually reviewed all town roads and determined certain roads to be eligible for Chapter 90 funds, even though there was never actual acceptance. And I think that's probably where that term used and maintain came from. So we do receive Chapter 90 funds for those roads. So in my view, I consider those they're public roads, because there's really no difference between them. So, but we do have them categorized differently in some of our documents. So just for tonight's discussion, we have a total of 243 miles of public roads, which includes those used and maintained roads. Unaccepted roads, private roads, typically referred to as, we have a total of 133 miles. So pretty significant amount of private roads. And then that doesn't include the state-owned roadways or other private roadways such as in Pine Hills or Red Brook developments. To speak to, and some of these slides are geared to some of the questions that were asked of us to respond to. So that's why, you know, we have some information here that may not be specific to the acceptance policy, but I think it all kind of ties in. The average roadway surface rating for public roads is now 72.6, which is a significant, I think, significant increase. That was, I think, in the mid to high 60s a few years ago. So we've made a lot of progress on improving our public roads. The total dollar value to improve every town road that we have, public roads, based on the beta report, was about $73 million. I think in the slides that you had, it gets into which ones were chip seal, which ones were resurfaced, which ones were reclaimed. Again, I don't think we need that level of detail. And then the total cost, if we were to upgrade all of the private roads, that would be about $36 million. So total for all of our roads, about $109 million. And that does not include additional drainage work or sidewalks that may need to be improved as well. Roadway criteria for street acceptance. And this is in the policy that we did present to you. The minimum roadway width requirement is 18 feet with 4-foot wide shoulders. Those shoulders wouldn't necessarily have to be paved. Those would ideally be hardened surfaces. They could be reclaimed asphalt, something where we could store snow, have snow storage areas. So again, 18 feet paved and 4 feet ideally paved, but that would be bring a total roadway width up to 26 feet, which in some instances is pretty significant for a private road. Adequate turnaround area. So we want to make sure that fire apparatus and emergency vehicles can turn around at the end of a cul-de-sac or end of a roadway. Connected to a public way so that we're not traveling over private roads to get to a public way. A minimum 40-foot wide right-of-way and all necessary easements are required as well. Named driveways and roadways to remain private will not be considered. And a clear title ownership of the roadway. So step one in the petition process, in the process, is to file a petition. The required content is to be supplied by the petitioner. We need a signed petition, legal documents, including a title certification, certified list of abutters, the meets and bounds legal description, which is basically your bearings and distances along the property lines, a layout plan, which basically just shows those meets and bounds for the entire roadway system, the bearings and distances, a roadway as-built plan, proof of notification of private utilities that the road is going to be proposed or petitioned to be accepted as a town road, and then evaluation of the roadway surface. Step two, the preliminary engineering review. So once the petition is submitted, it would then go to engineering for review. And then if there are additional improvements that need to be made, we can identify what those would be so that the petitioners would have an idea in the beginning what to anticipate going forward. Then it would go to the select board for a vote. And what that vote is that they're going to consider this for a layout hearing to establish the layout of the road. And then if the board votes in positive to, we are going to move forward and schedule this for a layout hearing, you would then forward it to the planning board for their review and recommendation. And then it goes back to the select board. I believe it's within 45 days. It's spelled out in the policy to schedule the layout hearing. It's a public hearing. All the abutters are notified of the hearing. And there's more detail. Obviously, I'm just trying to summarize the steps. Then that layout hearing, the select board would take a vote on whether or not they want to establish this layout as a town, to be recommended as a town road and sent to town meeting. So at this point, when you vote on the layout, even if you establish it, it has not become a town road yet. This is just a layout defining the right-of-way that will be presented to the town meeting members. And if they don't support it, it doesn't become a town road. But it gives them something to vote on at town meeting. And then step 6, obviously, is the town meeting article, and step 7, town meeting vote. Step number 8, acquisition and recording. This one's very important, and this is why when Rick and I speak to, as we go further into the presentation, why it's so critical to have clear title to the right-of-way is that we only have 120 days to record the decision and the layout at the Registry of Deeds. If it doesn't happen within 120 days, which means we need clear title to basically take over ownership of that right-of-way, if that doesn't happen within 120 days, we have to start the entire process all over again. So that's why, some of these projects can become complicated, because the number one issue, and we can talk about Shallow Pond later, is the title, is clear title to the right-of-way. That's why I said with a subdivision, a new subdivision, typically the developer still has title to that roadway. So that is much easier for that person to then say, I'm going to sign over this right-of-way to the town. There's no title issues. This, I'm not going to read all this. I can tell you, if I flip through my pages, I did summarize. This is just an example of some of the surrounding communities that either have a policy or some of them don't have policies, and what their requirements are. Essentially, if you read through it, Kingston does have a policy, and it requires 100% of the betterment to improve the roadway to be borne by the residents of that roadway. Town of Bourne, similar. They also 100% of the residents pay for the betterment. Carver, betterment charges must be authorized by town meeting for repair to private roads. No betterments are listed under their street acceptance bylaw. So it's not specifically spelled out, but at town meeting is where that decision would be made. Duxbury, similar, no street acceptance policy, only layout plans and as-built required by developer once a subdivision has been completed. So I suspect they have, maybe it's an informal policy, because I can't imagine town of Duxbury doesn't accept any road, so there's probably something that they use. Town of Wareham, betterment charges for drainage work or reconstruction of private roads, no street acceptance policy. Again, it might be similar to some communities, just kind of go through a policy that they are comfortable or familiar with. Falmouth has two options. One is the no betterment option, and these are only roads that are taken at full cost to the town, provided the public benefit for access or private safety and are not neighborhood roads. So maybe it's a collector road that is a connected between two major areas that they're willing to fund that. Or option two, 100% betterment petition. Bridgewater, Mass, the town may assess betterment for such portion of the costs of laying out and improving ways to provide for their acceptance by the town as it shall determine appropriate. So that's kind of left up in the air a little bit. Hanson, betterment laws shall apply to improvements on all streets accepted by the town on petition of residents. So that's full 100%. So from there, I'm sorry, I didn't advance the slide. I was too busy reading it, but thank you for bearing with me. Roadway acceptance financial impacts, and I'll kind of skim through this a little bit. So current roads, DPW, obviously highway, and the administration of employees, fleet maintenance, and even to some extent parks and forestry. Forestry removes any trees that are down, limbs that need to be cut. And talking with Nick Viella, he feels as though about 33% of his time and budget goes towards maintenance of those trees and brush. Snow and ice budget. This number is different than what was presented in your presentation. We went through it again and found that the average cost per mile is about $5,000 per mile. But I think it's important. And then in the blizzard that we had this past year, it was about $13,000 per mile because it was pretty significant. It's also interesting to point out that we plow about 72% of all the private roads currently. So when you look at, you're going to have this added burden, yes, we are, but we are already plowing the vast majority of the private roads. So, and that was a in-depth research that Rick and his team went through just to kind of double check the numbers. I at some point looked at it, thought it was about 2/3, but a little bit more than 2/3. So the average cost, if you look down at further in the bullets, the average cost is about $25,000 per mile total. That's operational cost. Okay. And what we did is we looked at our total budget for DPW, looking at highway, fleet, admin, and 33% of Parks and Rec. What's the total operational budget? And we kind of looked at a per mile correlation of our total budget. May not be 100% accurate, but I think it's it's probably a good way to evaluate it. That does not include capital costs, which I think is more, trucks, tractors, and different types of equipment from DPW typically maintains roads, vac trucks. I did ask Lynn Barrett to see if she could find out what is our annual cost roughly for capital. It's about, on average, I think it was over a 5-year period, it's about $725,000 a year. I think I did some quick back of the napkin numbers, and it was somewhere around $6,000 to $7,000, I think, for every 2 miles that we accepted. So it's not a earth-shattering number, certainly. So when we looked at DPW maintaining these roads, we felt that every 8 miles of roadway, based on the number of highway employees that we have currently and how many miles they maintain, we felt that every 8 miles would technically require 1 additional staff member or probably highway employee to maintain these roads. And if we were to do, for example, 2 miles a year, Shallow Pond, I think it's total about 2.5 miles. It would be about 4 years where we would get to a point where we would technically need another employee. This just goes over some of the DPW services that we currently provide on the private roads, the unaccepted roads. We grade gravel roads. I believe there's, I think it was 60 miles of gravel roads. 60. Plowing, we plow about 96 miles of private roads. And then maintenance, we potholes and some minor repairs, drainage system repairs. I know Rick has worked on a lot of drainage improvement projects on private roads. And I will say, in my experience, town of Plymouth does more on private roads than any town I've ever seen. A lot of towns, a lot of DPW, as soon as you tell them it's a private road, they will come right out and tell you, we don't touch it. It doesn't matter if the pothole is 8 inches deep, it doesn't matter what the situation is, they will tell you, I can't touch that road no more than I can touch the roof on your house. So Plymouth does far more than any community I've ever heard or seen do on private roads, which to the town's credit, I think I personally think it's a good thing, because I don't think people, and most people can't afford to maintain all these private roads. So we do minor repairs and preservation, tree work within the roadway. If a tree falls, obviously we have to maintain emergency access. So we'll remove the tree and get it out of the way. With that, I think I'll turn it over to you, Rick. This is what we wanted to do, just so that, the people attending, we wanted to touch base on Shallow Pond Estates a little bit before we talk about the policy, only because we felt as though this is a good example to run through when we're looking at the overall policy. Okay, so we wanted to go through this, and it's probably one of the more complex ones, and Rick will go through that with you, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Rick Bossy, Town Engineer. Shallow Pond Estates, the roadways they're currently petitioning: Kathleen Drive, Andrews Way, Penny Lane, Donna Drive, Barbers Way, and Shallow Pond Lane. Approximately 2.56 miles of roadway. The potential title issues for the fee or ownership of the roadway to go forward with acceptance. I had the previous town surveyor go through the parcels and the deeds we had on record. He found about 58 parcels of property that had a specific language that the developer included in the deeds that excluded the fee in the roadway or the ownership of the roadway being conveyed to the people buying the property. The specific language in the deeds stated was accepting, excluding from this conveyance the fee in said Kathleen Drive, opposite said lot 744, but there is hereby granted the right to use said streets and ways shown said plan in common with others lawfully entitled to. After going through and talking with the petitioners, they made me aware that some of this language was also included in deeds, but was not carried over when the properties changed hands or the conveyances took place. They estimated at least probably half the properties in that subdivision had this language in there. Going forward for acceptance, we feel that you'd probably have to have a title search done on each property in order to determine what acquisition method or the ownership of the fee going forward. We think that you'd have to do this before a warrant for acceptance would be placed at town meeting, because like Bill said, we have 120 days after town meeting approves to record it. So we kind of have to have the ownership of the road figured out, and kind of any takings or donations, how we're going to acquire the easements or fee in the roadway figured out before town meeting. So going through for the ownership and title costs at approximately 180 properties. If we assume, say, $500 to $800 per property for a title search, that ranges about $90,000 to $144,000. Our typical appraisal cost, if we have to do an appraisal of a piece of property, is typically between $2,500 to $3,500 per property. Acquisition costs can range from $0 to $15 per square foot in our experience. Some value that would be $0 would be the roadway itself. Typically, the appraisers, there's really no value to the homeowner of the road. But once you get past the roadway, sidewalks, the yard, and those areas could generate a cost if we had to take property, depending on how the ownership comes back. Estimated roadway improvement costs. Adding up all the roadways, and Kathleen Drive right now is going to be repaired and repaved by the developer. We estimate $1.16 million to mill and overlay and then fix the sidewalk ramps and make them ADA compliant. For comparison, if we did chip seal on the roads, it was about $320,000 a year. With the 2.56 miles of roadways in the subdivision, we'd assume we'd get approximately $25,600 per year in Chapter 90 additional funding by the acceptance of these roads. Going over what if we proposed 100% betterment cost would be, 1.16 million for the roadway resurfacing. If we determined that we had to overlay the sidewalks because of their condition, we estimate that a little over 200,000. Title search, 144,000 if needed. A layout plan and recording fees, if we have to do more surveying or anything, we estimated that about 20,000. The numbers we did not have won't be known until the title search or the ownership is determined, or any appraisal or acquisition costs. We ranged that from the known cost to about 1.5 million to approximately 2 million, depending on appraisals and acquisition cost if needed. Breaking that up per 180 properties, not including interest or anything, roughly between $400 to $600 per year over like a 20-year period, if 100% betterment was assigned, just rough numbers. And then we'll come back to kind of questions for the board for the street acceptance policy.
So just to clarify, these questions up here, you have not made a recommendation in your policy, or you?
For
I thought you
these
had.
questions here,
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking for the board to,
Yeah, we could say, well, what I would say is we have discussed it. The betterment is certainly the board's decision. The only thing I would say is we did research around surrounding communities, and it appeared it was relatively consistent that it's 100% borne by the residents. So that's, whether or not the board wants to hold the 100% or do a variation, whether it's a 25-75, that's up to the board. The yearly roadway acceptance, we did put in the policy was the first 2 petitions would be considered. And we could just leave it at that. But what gets a little complicated for us is that, for example, Shallow Pond Estates is 2.5 miles. If we get another petition of 5 miles, that's pretty significant. So and also for the cost for the town for future maintenance, do we want to cap it at, 2 or 3 miles per year maximum? So that when we're looking at what the increase in cost to the town is going to be, we're not accepting 15 miles in 1 year, because technically that would mean we need 2 new employees at highway to maintain it. So we might want to look at capping it at the first 2 petitions and no more than, I know Shallow Pond is 2.5 miles, so you could say 2.5 miles per year. And keep in mind, in the policy, I think the very last page grants the board the authority to basically waive any of these conditions, so that you could change it. But we just want maybe a target or a goal of what we would, we would aim to accomplish in 1 year, or maximum.
Okay. And the idea of limiting it to Springtown meeting is because of the budget?
Budget and
decisions
also
that are-
workload. I think we're trying to, we have a limited staff. We just brought on a new surveyor who started yesterday. For the past 6 months, we haven't had a surveyor. A surveyor will play a critical role in doing a lot of this review. So we are very pleased to have the new surveyor. But we're trying to have this not be a year-round work assignment for Rick and his team, because as you know, there's so many other things to do. So if we, in the process itself, when you look at it, the initial petition in step 1 is to file the petition prior to June 1st. And that brings us, when you start looking at engineering review, planning board review, layout hearing, and all of this, brings us all the way around to December, when the town meeting warrant will open. So that would then get on the warrant, and then, we present it to town meeting members in the spring. If we then try to overlap that with the same step process come for the fall, it would just be very complicated and difficult to manage.
Okay.
That's why we had it for our recommendation would be Springtown meeting.
Okay, great. And ideally, you'd like us to vote one way or the other, whether we accept this policy, or we could potentially send you back for
Yes.
clarification on certain points.
Yes, I will point out, this has been reviewed by KP Law. So it has had an in-depth review and has come back, and this was the final draft after the legal review occurred.
Okay, great. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, folks, for being here tonight. I have a request that I think will be echoed by some of the audience. Can you guys please, for the love of God, stop using this format for these presentations? Because I cannot see anything that's
We
up there.
changed the yellow to blue. We thought that was.
I think you can get rid of the background altogether. I don't think we need to see. We know you're talking about roads. We don't need to know that there are roads behind them.
I can tell you, I can see it better now. When it was yellow, I couldn't see it either.
Agreed. Could you go back to the next steps slide?
Next steps.
I think it was early on. It was when you were describing the actual process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, nope, that's the one I want. Step 3, planning board review. Is that statutorily required for it to go back to them?
I'm not sure if it's a statutory requirement. I know every community does that. And so it's usually an engineering review and planning board review. I think you would want that because they want to make sure that their conditions of approval, that there was no conditions stated in there forever to be maintained private. So that we'd want them to look at it to make sure that there's no conditions that they put on the project that have been overlooked. So I do think, and again, I think all communities do require that.
I understand the logic, and I don't disagree with it. I would just ask that we just make sure that they have buy-in before we impose a new process on them.
Yeah, and I think they only have 45 days to do the review, so it's limited.
All I have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate the detailed presentation, and you answered a lot of the questions that I had about the global situation that we're in. I think that there are a lot of developments or prior developments in various states that came on and either never had an HOA or had one that failed or has one but would like to get out of the business of maintaining the roads or whatever. And then we have obviously some 800-pound gorillas like your Pine Hills and your Red Brook, which yes, there's a deal that they'll never be, but if we start accepting others, then the calls for those to be accepted as well may increase. And we have historically heard that in Plymouth before. About 10 years ago, were several very vocal members of the Pine Hills community, for instance, that were very much in favor of either reducing their individual tax burdens based on their provision of service or of offloading some of those assets onto the town for the town to take care of them because they're paying those taxes. I personally think that these are public, these are private assets that are in some level of need, generally speaking, and that if the town is going to be publicly taking them on as a public asset, they need to be an asset and not a liability, and that we should therefore, I think the 100% betterment makes sense because we're saying, if you want us to take these, we're just asking that you bring it up to the standard that we hold every other road to, and then we will take care of it from there. I think I understand with the 8 miles needing a new employee that it does make sense to have some type of a gauge or some type of like a pressure release valve, that we wouldn't just onboard 20 miles in a year. But I do think that sometimes if it's a brand new development that's up to our current standards, it may make a lot of sense to take it on.
Right.
But obviously that would depend on the total mileage as well. So at least in terms of that component of your 3 questions, I would suggest that maybe it would be beneficial to have a running tally of this in the last 2 years, we've accepted this many roads mileage-wise, and then this is our current staffing level over those years. Because if we've added staff to account for the increase, then fine.
Right.
But if we're losing staff or maintaining level staffing, then that's a consideration that the board should make. But those are moving targets in a lot of ways. So I
Valid
think,
point.
yeah, I think having that type of a barometer would make sense, at least in that regard. But I think the 100% betterment makes sense, and I do think having them have the titles search done and having additionally, because they are takings under the Fifth Amendment, like we would want them to be donated. If we're going to be taking the property to maintain it in the future, we wouldn't want to be compensating the landowner for the loss of like the 100 feet of frontage of their property, which is actually roadbed, that we are then onboarding and maintaining, because that's like, hey, could you move a couch for me and could you pay me to do it?
Right.
That seems like an odd thing. And I know that it's required under that, but it can be donated. And I think that having that donated in the future would make a lot of sense. So I think the betterment, the title search, the donation of those parcels and the other criteria, and then that running barometer in terms of over the last 2 years, 3 years, whatever we want to set it at. This is what we've accepted, and this is the staffing levels over that time.
Good point.
Thank you.
So just, you mentioned 120 days under step 8, acquisition and recording. You have 120 days. Who's that clock running with, and why is that there at 120 days?
It's actually an MGL, and we did look it up today just to confirm where did that come from. It is a state requirement. I'm not sure. Under MGL, Chapter 82, Section 24. It does stipulate 120 days after town meeting vote. We have to record the layout plan and probably the decree that describes, the meets and bounds of the roadway system has to be recorded. And if we don't make that time frame, we have to start the entire process from square one.
Is there a rationale there? Obviously, we wouldn't go to town meeting if our ducks weren't in a row, that we had all these things in position. So when town meeting voted the 120, you wouldn't get around to it at that point. Obviously, you would do your due diligence before town meeting when it came to this question because of Mass General Law. But is there any rationale behind the Mass
Sure.
General
So
Law? What is
just to
the reason why they give you a clock?
Well, a couple of things. One is, I think you would go to town meeting if there are land takings required, and whether or not if they're not donated, whether or not the board would want to take any land. But assume for a moment that there's some land takings that are needed for any development. The vote at town meeting would give the Board of Selectmen the authority to make those takings. So you wouldn't have to wait for another town meeting vote. So that warrant article would give you the authority to make those takings. So you accept the roadway, you accept the right of way. Maybe there's one parcel that the owner unknown, or whatever it might be. So you have to have an eminent domain taking to secure that right of way. So the board would have the authority to do that based on town meeting vote. Then we only have 120 days. My thought process is by recording it, you're putting the public on notice once you record it at the Registry of Deeds. So, and not to mention, you don't want things to slip through the cracks like we've heard about, back in 20, 30 years later, people argue, is that a town road? Well, it was accepted at town meeting. They said, well, surveyors are recording it or researching it and say, I can't find anything. There's nothing recorded. So it just eliminates any confusion. And I think the reason they have the 120 days is they just don't want it to be prolonged 6 months to a year, because then people change, employees change, and things don't get done. So again, it's a statutory requirement, so to change it would require legislation.
So the 120 days is there to keep the municipality focused on this task at hand. But you wouldn't be going to town meeting if you hadn't got all these things straightened out in advance. That what the 120, you know what the recording requires.
Right.
The 120 is there, but you wouldn't do anything going to town meeting until these things were in order. I was just wondering what the rationale was, and the rationale is basically they just want to make sure they're putting a time limit on it so it gets done. The Road Advisory Committee in this process, we do have one in Plymouth, the town, Roads Advisory. Do they have any role in these steps?
They
I
do.
know they're
think I'll let
advisory.
Rick, if
They're only advisory, they're not statutorily.
but they do make recommendation to the board, the advisory committee.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Going-
we
going
can,
through
we
their
can check. I
process.
believe they're tasked with
They're
making that
advisory.
recommendation to the
Yeah.
board.
But I didn't see it in the steps.
No, I think
Road
it's,
advisory, they.
right. I
you
think
know.
that's an internal town, requirement that we've established. And we didn't, it's not spelled out
Okay.
completely, because
All
if
right.
the road advisory committee currently doesn't have, people on board, I know one stepped down recently and can't take a vote, we
Yeah.
don't want to delay the process, but we would ask for their recommendation as well.
But I have a chance to, I was just commenting on the presentation and some of the rationale that was used, and I am looking at this town policy, roadway adoption policy, acceptance policy. And my reservations are that there's a permitting process here in the town of Plymouth. You own a piece of land, you're going to develop it, you're going before the planning board. You're required to, the town of Plymouth, during that permitting process, whether it's the planning board, whether it's the planning department, or whether it's inspectional services, we're signing off on these permits, and these subdivisions are being built. And they're built to the standard in which the town signs off on. And so, obviously, in the future, we want to make sure that when we sign off on these permits, that the roads are built to the standard in which we could accept it in the future.
Agreed.
So, obviously, we issued these permits, these neighborhoods were built. And these people, do we know, these houses on these unaccepted roads, are they assessed based on they're an unaccepted road compared to a private road?
I wouldn't
I
be
mean,
able
a public road?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you
Okay,
what the
so
assessment
it's just, when I start to look at how roads, how a person is taxed in the town of Plymouth as a resident, everyone's taxed across the town of Plymouth, and those resources go to the town to provide services, fire, police, DPW, and roads. So these people that we're imposing this policy on, that we're going to say, for us to accept your road that we permitted to this standard, we need to bring it up to, standard and apply a betterment to you. I'm having a difficult time putting a betterment on a resident for their road out front that they've been paying taxes for, and their tax money's been going to improve roads around the town of Plymouth. I'm just trying to grapple with this idea of, we're a town, we all pay into the town so the town can bring services. And I just get nervous that, yes, I understand that these are private roads built by subdivisions. And obviously, you mentioned 75% of these roads we have to plow, because if there's an emergency, we have to get a fire and an ambulance down there. That's obviously a Mass General requirement. So we do have to get to these homes. So I just have difficulty accepting a policy where I'm going to turn to someone, before we accept your road, we're going to put a betterment on your house, and you're going to bring your road up to this standard, and then we'll accept it. Even though they've been there for 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, paying taxes to the town of Plymouth. I'm just having trouble with that
Sure.
concept.
No, and I agree, ideally, the best process is when the road is built and the developer goes to the planning board, that it's inspected, engineering is involved, they can perform inspections, and then it can go through the process of acceptance. And then we can start collecting Chapter 90 money for that roadway. It's brand new, so we're collecting Chapter 90, and hopefully don't have to touch it for 15, 20 years. So that's why I said Shallow Pond Estates is very complicated, and I do think it is unfortunate that we have so many roads in this town that were built, they were paved, and were never accepted. So, there's, I forget the number of miles, but we got in the beginning, it's, probably, 60, 70 miles or whatever it might be of paved private roads. So I agree. It's difficult.
Thank you.
Mr. Quintel?
The problem I'm having with a lot of this is the letter dated April 4th, 2003, signed by Lee Hartman.
Mr. Quintel, we're not on the shallow pond discussion yet.
Okay. But
That's-
it's still,
that's next.
it really falls in with the policy. Then I'll ask that we hold off on this vote till after we talk about Shallow Pond.
So they're two separate items.
I
One is-
know they
one is-
are.
But one is but just to make sure that everyone is clear, what Mr. Coyle and Mr. Bossy have just presented to us is the go-forward policy. And then separately, we were going to look at shallow ponds as a potential outlier to that policy.
Correct. And again, you can waive certain items if you
Correct.
desire.
So
Yeah.
if I understand you, Shallow Pond won't be affected by this policy.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that the policy is the policy. We need a policy. Right? We need a
Right.
policy. So, and this is the policy that's been presented to us today. We coincidentally have a proposal or a request from Shallow Ponds to consider them as an outlier to this policy, to consider them outside this policy. Is that a fair way to
You
put
can
it?
do that, and that's why we added the language at the very end of the policy to give you the authority to grant waivers, to a waiver from what some of the requirements might be.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification, municipal assessing doesn't work in the way that Mr. Cohen just described. Market forces are what drives municipal valuations, which generates your tax bill. It's very common in municipal assessing to have economic neighborhoods. So Shell Ponds is driven, the values there are driven by what people are willing to pay for them. That is how it works across the community. I don't want folks at home to think, or in the room to think that, if you don't get plowed or if you don't, have an accepted road that your property is treated differently. It's actually what the market dictates that decides what your value is.
Mr. Canty?
Yeah, and I understand the argument about people paying taxes, but that person that's been paying taxes that has a private road, their taxes would have been that much higher for the 40 years they lived here if all the private roads were public roads. And then there are those specific communities like your Pine Hills and your Red Brook that have a different deal that not all of the residents are that jazzed about, that they are paying the full freight of taxes as well, but they're paying for private road maintenance, private sewer, other amenities. And everybody, when you buy a house, it's on the buyer to assess what they're buying. Are they buying a house that's on a public road? Are they buying a private road? Are they buying in a pre-planned community like your Pine Hills, your Red Brook with the deal there? Are you moving into White Cliffs with their expensive fees and everything that they have going on? And certain people can afford to move into certain areas. It makes sense. Some people want that type of lifestyle and don't want to have to deal with certain things. Other people move into a different area, but we can't just bring on private roads at no cost and have everybody who lives everywhere in town pay for the betterment of specific roads that specific neighborhoods want to offload onto the public coffers. I don't think that's fair to the other neighborhoods all over the community. I think that we need a policy that works for all 65,000 people wherever they sit, and they have the option. It's not required that their roads be accepted. So if they don't want to conform to the policy, then they don't have to have their roads accepted. I think it's an optional thing, and it's our discretion of whether or not to accept the roads and what conditions we put on that acceptance. And based on the track record of other neighboring and local communities, it sounds like the proposal here is well thought out, and although there are variances locally, many other communities have made the same decision that you're advocating for and that I'm advocating for here, which is that if a individual neighborhood or neighborhoods want to have their roads accepted by the entire community, they pay that initial upfront cost. We can extend that over a period of time to make it more viable for them to burden that cost. But that's the only way to make that palatable for an entire community that doesn't live in that neighborhood and may never drive down that road. I think it is important, again, to highlight, we are providing all that, as you said, that plowing service and other services to these roads that other communities are not to unaccepted roads. And I'm not suggesting that we stop that, because I think that those roads have grown accustomed to that. And, that's something that if all of a sudden next winter we have another massive blizzard and we just stop plowing roads and don't tell anybody, that would be awful. So we can't do that. But this is something that I think needs to be a component of that.
Story time.
So,
Bill's got a question.
yes, I
Well, you always look to your right. I don't know if you can't see out of your left eye. and being serious. I had asked you to speak tonight, you were gonna let me speak, and then you went right back down to David, and that's not right.
So, Madam
Mr.
Chairman?
Quintel, no, Mr. Quintel, I'm trying to move the conversation around to give
Well,
different
you're not
people
doing
an
a very
opportunity.
good job.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Cohen?
So the presentation tonight that we're seeing, thank you, was very helpful. Walked us through the policy that's being proposed. We really didn't touch on the policy that we had, but we're talking about the policy that we're proposing. But the last slides were focused on shallow pond. So there is a component here. We're not just talking about the policy. We talked about the policy, and then we talked about shallow pond. I know we're going to have a presentation from Shallow Pond and heard from it, so I don't think it's out of line to ask questions about Shallow Pond as we go through this process. The other thing that I think that it's important to note, my point about assessing, and I would defer to Mr. Golden as someone in the assessing field, I would defer to him on that. My only point, everything he said is absolutely correct in terms of market forces. My only point is the town doesn't have a policy where we're determining what people are going to pay in taxes based on the services that we're bringing them. And that when we start to impose a betterment on one and not another, my concern is that we treat all our residents equally as best we can and take on the responsibilities that are associated with this level of growth and development that's been happening to our town for a number of years. I've always worked hard to see where we could do preservation opportunities. And one of my greatest motivating factors at times has been the cost of services that by this this level of growth that we're experiencing as a community for the last 50 years has affected the cost of services that makes it very difficult for the town to maintain its infrastructure. So I understand where people are going, trying to find a way to manage the cost of the infrastructure we have and eventually the infrastructure that we're going to take responsibility for. And we're not even talking about the undeveloped parts of Plymouth that are going to happen in the future. And hopefully we have a permitting process that, insulates the town from these costs of services in the future. Like I said earlier, during the permitting process, making sure that when they go through the planning board and inspectional services and the Office of Planning Development, we're accepting roads, we're building roads at a standard that are acceptable. And that at some point when they go from private roads to public roads, that the burden to the town is minimized and the residents don't see a betterment.
I agree with you 100%.
So I'm focused on these ideas because I just feel like I need to treat all the residents equally when it comes to their home ownership and how much they pay into the town and what they get for those services.
The only thing I would add is to keep in mind too is we have 73 miles of paved private roads. So it would become very difficult to say which ones are you going to fund this year versus next year. That's why by having the betterment, it has people who say, I want my road accepted. I want a new road. And if I have to pay over a 20-year period, so be it. Whether or not there's other people who would say, I'm fine with being on a private road. I don't want the traffic. I don't want people speeding. I don't want it accepted. So I think you're going to have, two different categories of people and where they stand. But I do think having some buy-in is important because otherwise we're going to have, 40 miles of roads and petitions before us.
You bring up important points. And along with that, you could add the fact that we have 75% of the roads are being plowed, but those plows are taking a hit when they go down a road that isn't built to a standard that is acceptable. So the damage to our equipment and the ability for the Department of Public Works to repair those vehicles, to keep those vehicles operational and maintain those roads, that's just on the plowing end.
Right.
But we also have police vehicles, we have fire trucks operating on these roads, and they can, increase the wear and tear on these amenities of the town if the roads are not to a standard. So I understand all the challenges we have. I just, I defer back to my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I have a question for you, Mr. Coyle. The town meeting article here, it's step 6. What information needs to be included in that town meeting article in order for the town meeting members to make
In step 6,
an effective
I
decision?
can only go based on what my recollection. You would want to have a layout of the roadway that you're accepting. I would provide an 8.5 by 11 of this is the road. This is the length of the road, so they would see what are we accepting, obviously the name of the road. We would want to, we'd want to know, do we have ownership? Do we have clear title of the road? That needs to be known, because you can't vote to take a road or accept a road that we can't accept because we can't get clear title to it. So we'd want to make sure that all of the title search has been completed and that we have clear title before it goes to town meeting. And then obviously the condition of the roadway, they're going to want to know what the condition is. So the evaluation by engineering, what is the condition of the road? If the road is relatively new, 2-3 years old, then there may not be any betterment charge. We would, and I'm trying to remember where we stood in the process of the betterment, but we would also want to speak to the petitioners before we get to that point of what that betterment fee is going to be. So when it goes to town meeting, they'd also vote on the betterment cost as well. So that's to my knowledge. I mean, I might be missing a few things, but.
Okay, but they need a complete picture from
Correct.
start to finish of what the conditions of the roads, the ownership of the roads, the costs, and everything else that's all wrapped into that. Okay,
Right.
great. Okay. Okay, let's bring this back to the decision that we've been asked to make. And we do have two decisions in front of us tonight. One is this policy. And I think we started this whole process because we recognized that we needed a policy in the absence of anything. We've seen the proposal here tonight. We saw some comparisons with peer communities, how they've handled this and how they've addressed it. And we've had some discussion here about things that we liked and perhaps want to see changed in this policy. Are we ready to vote on this policy tonight, or Mr. Canty?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on it. I would make a motion that we approve the policy, but that in regards to the outstanding questions that were mentioned, and again, these are waivable, but I would add that as on a case-by-case basis, but that it'd be an expectation that there be 100% betterment assessment, which would be worked out with the property owners making the petition, that it be directed to Springtown meeting. I understand your workload concerns. I know during the warmer months, you're busy maintaining the current roads. And then we do that yearly barometer, as I talked about, to keep track of how much mileage, what staffing level is. And that the roads, any necessary takings, that be a donation, that it not be cash payments to the property owner seeking to have their roads accepted and taking as a public asset.
Excuse me, Mr. The only thing I want to point out in the policy, that if you do have an outlier that is not going to donate the property, in the policy, it specifies that if you get 4/5 vote of the select board, you could take that property. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to necessarily have it as 100%. Certainly there's expectation that people would donate, but just to point out, there is a statement in there that does allow for an eminent domain taking if there's an outlier.
Yeah, and I think that having that language on the second page, bullet point 3, about gift or eminent domain, I think that's fine to leave in there, but I think
Okay.
prominently put into the policy, if you're a resident looking, what do I have to do?
Right.
There should be upfront that there's an expectation that this is going to be a donation.
Agreed.
And then, if there's a neighborhood of 100 people and one property owner is being a stick in the mud, we could deal with that. But if it's the whole neighborhood that wants to be compensated, that's a very different story. So that would be my proposed motion, to approve the policy with those specific criteria answered.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Discussion. To the left. Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any problems with Mr. Canty's answers to the questions posed, simply because the policy allows, at the end of it, that the select board or the roads commissioners, which we are, may waive any part of this policy, provided that all statutory requirements are complied with. for the purposes of public street layout and acceptance. So if we can set an expectation, but we can also waive it given the circumstances of a particular neighborhood or some other consideration. So I'm able to support that.
Yeah, I really like that provision as well, because we can't, all roads are not created equal, and all situations are not equal. So I do like that we have some flexibility, but we are setting out expectations, as you said. So I too would support the policy. Mr. Cohen.
I will not be I will not be voting to accept the policy. As I stated before, not all roads are equal, but the residents should be treated equally in terms of people paying into the town's operational budget and getting those services. So I feel as if, like I said before, they were creating a second class of citizens here in Plymouth, and those are people on these roads that were built in this manner, and they were paying their taxes all along, and now when they go to have their roads accepted, they will have a betterment put on their property. I just don't feel like that's a fair assessment of the situation. So I won't be supporting this policy. I do understand that there's different components of the policy. As a road commissioner, we can look at case by case and make decisions, but it still doesn't achieve my ultimate concern.
Mr. Quintel.
Yes, I won't be supporting it either, for a number of reasons. I'm not going to go into them right now. And I know they're two separate things. I'm very aware of that. But I don't see why we had to wait on the second one, if you will, to have this policy. This policy has been delayed for months. These people have been waiting for a year, an answer. That's why I can't support this at this time.
Okay. Mr. Canty.
So I think that the policy that we're putting in place, the expectation we're setting, is a sustainable policy that will work for a community of our size and complexity, and that the provision, as highlighted by Mr. Golden and others through the course of it, that gives us that exception, allows us to be fair and equitable to the unique circumstances that everybody is in. But we need to set a policy that is going to work in a community with 388 miles of roads, with 133 of them unaccepted, 133 miles currently unaccepted. That's a big potential liability out there, and we need to have some clarity going forward so that residents know what to expect if they want to do this. This is voluntary, not compulsory, and that would be my reason for voting in favor.
Yeah, I agree. I think it provides guidance, but it also gives us the flexibility that we really need to look at each situation on its own merits. So, okay, I will call for the vote. Mr.
I just, one more thing. No, again, I hear your comments, Mr. Canty. I understand your support of this initiative. I understand the presentation that's been presented to us by staff, but I still defer back to this idea that the residents should know that we had one policy, we're adopting another policy, and this policy is quite dramatic in terms of the betterment that the residents may experience in future road acceptance. So I do feel that that's important, that people understand that as residents.
Okay. All right, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen, yes.
You voted yes for the policy?
Yes, Mr. Cohen voted yes.
Mr. Quintel?
No.
Mr. Canty?
Mr. Cohen voted no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The name, I'm sure now, the name was getting me confused, but it is a no from Mr. Cohen, sorry.
You sure? Okay. Mr. Quintel? You voted no. You didn't want to change your vote?
No, no.
Mr. Canty?
I vote yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the motion carries. The policy's been approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, now let's move on to part 2 of this discussion, and we will welcome Mr. Hertz, if you would please join us at the podium to make your presentation on behalf of the Shallow Ponds Estates.
So before the timer begins here, you've told me before that I had 5 minutes. You gave the DPW over 6 minutes talking specifically about Shallow Pond Estates, so I would like you to extend some grace to me and allow me a little more time than 5 minutes. My presentation that is up there is only going to take just a shade over 5 minutes. But I would like to have maybe some discussion about the policy that you just approved and how it relates to our situation.
Sure, well, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and
All right,
begin
so-
your presentation?
My name is Michael Hertz, 18 Penny Lane, Shallow Pond Estates. Our community has spent more than 3 years working on this issue, reviewing town records, meeting with the DPW, and presenting our case to the relevant boards and committees, where we have received unconditional support from nearly all of them. We also demonstrated overwhelming resident support with signed petitions from over 91% of homeowners on each of the 6 roads. Those signatures were verified and the petitions were submitted to both the town clerk and the DPW, yet since September of 2025, there has been no action. We understand concerns about precedent and the DPW's new road acceptance policy presented here tonight, but new policies should be applied prospectively, not retroactively. Our petitions were submitted long before any new policy was proposed, and it should be reviewed under the standards in effect at the time. Shallow Pond Estates should not be held to a rule that did not exist when we filed. With that in mind, I'd like to briefly state what we're asking the Select Board to approve tonight. We are asking for a vote of support and to authorize submission of a warrant article to accept the 6 Shallow Pond roads and infrastructure as public ways. We're not asking the board to submit the article itself this evening. I want to be very clear about where we are and what we're not asking for tonight. We are asking the Select Board to submit a warrant article to the fall 2026 town meeting to accept these 6 roads as public ways. That's the entire request. We want to take a big concern off the table right away. We are not asking for or expecting these roads to be improved or upgraded, not now and not as a precondition of accepting them. Let me repeat that. We are not asking for or expecting these roads to be improved or upgraded, not now and not as a precondition of accepting them. Any work beyond what Alden's Reach LLC has already committed to, or what a state grant might fund, would simply go into the town's normal pavement management program on the same timeline as every other accepted road. We're not asking to jump that queue. Realistically, that could mean years before anything further happens, and we're good with that. The one cost the town would bear is the engineering and legal work. We're not minimizing that. It's real, but it's a known bounded cost, not an open-ended commitment to reconstruction. So the choice in front of you tonight isn't should the town pay to rebuild 6 roads. It's narrower than that. Should the town accept ownership of roads and infrastructure it already provides minimal maintenance on, with no funding obligation attached beyond the layout and acquisition process itself? We didn't choose this outcome. The town's own bylaw required an HOA that was never formed, and the town's own 2003 actions showed it expected to accept these roads decades ago. We have been preparing for this moment for several years now. We followed the process that had been used for years, submitted signed petitions 11 months ago, and expect to be considered in the manner hundreds of roads before us were accepted. The town approved Sawmill Village, Alden's Reach, and Hillside Estates, knowing they'd rely entirely on these roads. A 2004 letter from the Select Board and Planning Board chairs and a 2005 DPW memo to the ZPA both flagged this, and it was never resolved before construction proceeded. As things stand today, the property owners in Shallow Pond Estates are solely responsible for maintenance of the roads beyond temporary repairs that serve both the Shallow Pond residents and those in the 3 other communities. Over 90% of abutters signed on to the petition for their road. This isn't a blank check request. At the very least, Alden's Reach LLC is committed to rehabilitate Kathleen Drive and repair a section of Donna Drive. Our expectation is for a fair and equitable treatment, equal to how 137 roads were accepted between 2010 and 2020, and many more before that. Tonight's vote would be an authorization and a commitment, not an article submission. That comes later in August, and town meeting will make the ultimate decision. We are asking one more time that the board vote to authorize a warrant article accepting these 6 roads at the fall 2026 town meeting. Nothing more is required of the board tonight, and nothing less gets our residents the relief they've waited 35+ years for. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to, can you stay here for questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions. Mr. Quintel, did you want to raise your question? No. Okay, Mr. Canty.
Could you go back to the slide that's clarifying what we are asking? So, to bullet 3, any improvements beyond Alden Reaches LLC's existing commitment or those funded by a state grant award, which we did recently submit for a few meetings ago. The portion of the sentence after that would be addressed through the town's pavement management program in the ordinary course and may not be scheduled for years to come. So my hesitation, and in your road-specific circumstances, is that their condition is the condition that they're in. They've been a private road for a number of years. And as we heard earlier from the DPW, the cost of improving a private road per mile is extensive and is borne by the entirety of the community. So would you and your organization be okay, your neighborhood be okay with being placed on a, other than the Alden Reach improvements and the state grant? If we get that money, then that's different. Would you be okay being placed on a do not improve list? We would, if there's a pothole, we would repair it. If the water main underneath your road busts, we would repair it. We would fix the road above it, but we would never functionally be improving your roads. We would just be maintaining them going forward. That would not require a betterment assessment because there'd be an expectation that it wouldn't be improved. And then the current state of the road is not an issue. We are accepting it as is. We are maintaining it as is. Would you have an opinion on that?
Yes, we have opinions on that. First of all, I'm not sure that you could actually create a no improvement list for roads.
We can.
If it's a public road, the law requires that the road be maintained for safety purposes.
Right. Maintained is different than improved.
Well, then we get into the definition of what do we mean by improved. The town already improves unaccepted roads and spends money on it through the chip sealing program. That's a road improvement process. That's not temporary repairs. Chip sealing extends the life of a road 8 to 12 years. So that's an improvement. Are we saying, at some point, we need all our sidewalks to be, rebuilt to 4 feet wide and driveway slopes to all be, meet the current standards? We're not asking for that now or necessarily in the future. What we want is the town to be responsible for the roads that, that they're currently not responsible for, yet we have the sole responsibility to maintain those roads for the 400 additional residents that are going to be living at Alden's Reach, that already live at Sawmill Village, that already live at Hillside Estates, that are using those roads. There are hundreds of cement trucks that are traversing our roads for the construction of Sawmill Village and Alden's Reach. Do you have any idea how much a cement truck weighs fully loaded? And how many cement trucks are required for one foundation up at Alden's Reach? A cement truck runs about 35 or 40 tons fully loaded. And each foundation up there requires about 6 or 8 cement trucks. Those trucks are traveling on Kathleen Drive and soon other roads in the neighborhood as they continue to expand Alden's Reach. And those are creating a tremendous wear, not necessarily on the road surface, but certainly on what lies underneath it.
Right, I understand that. That's why if a pothole or if a water main breaks beneath your road or there's an issue like that, we see those types of cracks in roads that come up from after some repeated winters, things like that. Those repairs would be made, so maintenance would be done, but that's different from improving. If you're asking us to accept it as is, then we could do that, and we could maintain its current level and address any issues that come up, but that's very different, in my opinion, than making active improvements to it. So that's what I'm curious.
What we're asking for is that the roads be accepted as public ways, and that as far as any maintenance, updates, improvements, that they be put into the normal rotation of the pavement management process.
All right, well, so transitioning to the fourth bullet then. All other engineering and legal costs associated with laying out and acquiring the easements would be borne by the town. So part of the legal costs would be those takings that I was talking about as related to the policy earlier, that, you may be willing to donate your portion of the road that we would be accepting, but one of your neighbors may be of a different mind and may want to be, technically under the law, they could have to be compensated for that because they're losing a portion of their property. So do you have a sense if everyone in your neighborhood would agree to donate as opposed to having a taking fee?
We don't believe that anybody's property inside of the road edge or the sidewalk needs to be taken, that all the road, sidewalks, and the utilities underneath it fall within that space. So nobody's going to lose any part of their front yard.
No, but you would own up to the middle point of the road if you have a private road that's divided by your subdivision. So if you're at like house number 40 across from house 42, you
No,
would
I
you'd own that
understand
halfway
the owning to the middle of the road.
Right.
Absolutely. I would be hard pressed to guess anybody in the neighborhood would object to losing the halfway to the middle of the road as part of their property. The other point that Tim just pointed out that I was going to bring up was that even on the DPW's new policy proposal, they state that they would actually prefer
obtaining easements to the roads and not the fee in the road. So that certainly simplifies that process. And the law does not require that publicly accepted roads be actually, the fee in those roads actually be owned by the municipality. And to simplify that even further, in 1988, Roland P. Leary, the developer of Shallow Pond Estates, issued an easement to the town of Plymouth for all the roads for purposes for which public ways may be lawfully used. So there's probably a little more digging into that required, but the easement already exists. So the whole process of taking those roads by easement is almost all in place already.
Well, I'm talking about any associated fees that may come up, whether it's an easement or whether it's an acquisition of permanent taking of up to the middle point.
The easement already exists. It's recorded at the Registry of Deeds. And we don't believe there's any acquisition that needs to take place because the easement exists for all 6 roads in Shallow Pond Estates.
Well, I think that may be a difference of opinion, but I would defer to the DPW and town council about the specifics of that. But I'm just inquiring if there are fees associated with that taking, either the acquisition of an easement or of the taking of the property, whatever is the best practice for it. Would you agree that it would be donations as opposed to compensated takings?
You know, I can't at this point speak for 179 homeowners, but I would say that there would be little objection to donating their section of the road.
Okay.
Give a note if I can't speak. When the residents signed the petition.
Could you
that
step
the-
up to the mic so
Oh,
we
sure.
can hear you?
I'm Sally Hertz, 18 Penny Lane. I don't have a copy in front of me, but the petition paper that each resident signed that was given us by the DPW says just what you're saying. And, we can get the language to you, or I can look it up, that people agree based on signing this petition, that they know that there may be a taking of land or giving of land. There's nothing that says the town would pay us.
Well, right, but technically a taking requires compensation under the Fifth Amendment. So like you can donate, you can choose, if I were taking your land for this purposes, you could choose to donate it. But technically you're legally required to be compensated by the entity that's taking the land. The government can't just come in and take your property for even a public benefit even. So that's my concern, is just in the event that we would be doing this, that it would be a donation of the land as opposed to a compensated taking.
Well, I don't think that we can speak for all residents. We would be happy to bring it back to them. But it is a case that people are concerned about what our liability is with the property. So I would say my guess is that people wouldn't say, I'll get rid of the liability, but you have to pay me. I'd rather donate it and have the liability taken off of our shoulders.
Okay.
So,
If I may, I'm the president of the Homeowners Association, the Voluntary Homeowners Association. So I probably have the best contact with the majority of the homeowners. And I can tell you that there's a laissez-faire, let me say it at best. So I think that there would be, with all the communication that we've had, as far as telling the homeowners that we are working very, very hard to get our streets turned over to the town. If we told the homeowners that we're in the process and it looks positive and they're about to be turned over to the town, and this is what we need to do, it would be easy to get done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Coyle, did you have something to add to this discussion?
Provide some clarification, I guess, or some additional information. Bill Coyle, DPW Director. So a couple of things. know, we just need to make sure that it's great if everybody donates, but we need to make sure they have clear title to the land. So I think a title exam needs to be done on every parcel of who owns the parcel. I think if people have a mortgage on the land, that also comes into play. There's a subordination agreement that has to be signed by the bank. So if you have a loan on your house, you can't just say, I'm going to give up this parcel of land or donate a permanent highway easement without the bank knowing about it, because they're going to look at it and say, well, does that change any valuation of the property? Are we okay with it? Again, I'm not a banker. I just know that that's a requirement, that if there is a loan, that will be required as part of the petition. So I think the clear title, if there's mortgages, that subordination agreement, and then we could potentially use the existing layout plan that we have. But I do think that the petitioner should at least be responsible to make sure there's clear title to the entire roadway. And I just don't think that the town should be doing that part of this project. You know, whether or not the board wants to make some considerations about the roadway, that's up to the board. But I do think the title issues are something that you have to think about.
So before you go away, one question that I had was related to this. So I tend to think that there's enough special circumstance here that I would support a warrant article going to town meeting and having town meeting decide. My concern is the town meeting would not have all the information it needs to make the decision. For example, would we be able to get title searches done and get all of that information in place for the fall? So the last thing I want, and the reason I'm saying this is the last thing I want to have happen is if after 30 years of trying to get the roads accepted, an article is rushed to town meeting. And I know that it doesn't feel like it's being rushed, but it goes to town meeting in the fall and they don't have the information that they need to make a decision.
I don't know how town meeting could vote to support it without having clear title to the entire right-of-way. I mean, certainly somebody on town meeting is going to ask, well, do we have clear title? And we can't answer yes to that. I mean, I don't disagree. I support what the idea of what they're trying to do. I'm also looking at, you know, what are the obstacles that we have to overcome to get there?
That's what I'm looking at too. So, Mr. Cohen.
Yes. So, Mr. Coyle, there was some reference to the when this subdivision went in 1987, 88?
There was an easement,
Okay, sorry.
easement written by Roland Larry, the developer at the time, who owned all 6 roads. Actually, his original plan showed 7 roads.
Yeah.
But he was the owner of all that property in 1988, and he donated a lot, 71, which hugs the shoreline of Shallow Pond, to the town of Plymouth for $1. And with that deed, also created this easement, again, as I quoted, for all purposes for which public ways may be lawfully used.
Yeah. So my question to Mr. Coyle, so if you have such a deed on record, would that be a way of addressing this issue that you just referenced?
We could look into it. I know according to, you know, the town engineer, Mr. Bossy indicated that our town surveyor researched this. And I would hope that if that layout or that easement existed, I would hope he would have found that.
Okay.
I think he found more than, no, I think he found the language that stipulated that, that they weren't giving up the rights. So I do think, you know, we do have a new surveyor on board. As I stated, started yesterday, we could have him look into this and find out. But I still think even with that, I still think you need to have title exams done.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
even if there was an easement, I'd want to make sure that there's no encroachments. I mean,
Right.
there's legwork that has to be done
Yeah.
to make sure what we're accepting,
But
there's no liability.
So we should look into that easement and what rights and privileges travel with it. So that's one thing. But I'm looking back in 2010 to 2020, we accepted nearly 110 roads. I've been at town meeting now for almost 28 years, and in that capacity, we were accepting roads. So how were we addressing the issues back then, or right up until 2020? Because
To my end-
I think, just for finish, because we not only stopped accepting roads in 2020, but we recently began to accept them back. Was there any, when was the last recommendations to town meeting? Was it 2020? Was it,
I wasn't here, then I couldn't tell you.
that was the last, 2020 was the last time?
What I
Okay.
would say is, in talking with the town engineer, a lot of the roads that were accepted in the past
Yep.
were the ones that were cut and dry. There were no issues.
Right.
If there was an issue with it and it was a private road, they moved on and said, we're not going to accept this one. We're going to go to one that there are no issues.
Right.
So based on that information,
Right.
if they had gone to this subdivision and said, well, there may be issues, and I'm saying there are,
Right.
but if there are right-of-way or title issues, they would move on to the next road that they have clear title to. If I could, what I would suggest is maybe, and I know that they've been waiting a long time, I don't know how we can get to the fall town meeting with clear understanding of ownership. But we can have the surveyor research this. We're not lawyers, so as far as a title search, that would be, a legal requirement. We don't have the staff to do a title search.
This is new information that I'm receiving because I've been advocating for this for over a year now, looking at, Springtown meeting 2025. So now we're looking at a new thing developing tonight that we couldn't go to meeting. That's the first time I've heard that. We couldn't go to fall town meeting as we do not have the information to present to town meeting. That's what you're saying now.
I can
10
say,
o'clock.
every time I have spoken publicly regarding Shallow Pond Estates, I have stated every time the concerns about the title issues of the land. So it isn't the first time I've mentioned it.
Well, it was the first time I heard just now that we can't go to town meeting in the fall because of this issue.
You can, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I
Yeah.
don't see how they could support it. But again, you can present it to town meeting, or maybe.
But we still have this outstanding question about the easement, and no one has really looked into that element of this question about would that satisfy the concerns of the town if they accepted this road?
Potentially, we'd have to take another look.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Quintel.
I don't know who this one's for, but there's a letter here signed by Lee Hartman in 2003. And it's accepting the development as I read. I'm not a lawyer. But, so I'm very confused with this.
So
I understand what everyone's saying, what Bill's saying about the title, which I think if that was an issue, they should have been told that a year ago. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I mean, a whole year's gone by, and here we are, we're still talking.
So
Regardless of whether we vote for this or not, these people deserve an answer and our attention. So if anything, from us tonight, let's all walk away with what we need. It's very simple to move forward. So, am I reading this wrong, that Mr. Leary that signed this document, Form F, accepted utility easements and every other easement that,
Well, that only reinforces the fact that that Roland Larry issued an easement over all roads in 1988.
Right.
And then again in 2003, signed the official Form F conveying the easement and utilities to the town. And that's a notarized signed form.
and that's why I wanted to ask the question before, because, like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but if you have this signed, what's going to be, I mean, how did they sign this before? When I say they, the town, how did Lee Hartman sign this on behalf of the town of Plymouth?
I mean, we don't know what happened after the form was, submitted back to the planning board, why this never went through. Alls I can say is, if you look at, 11 years of town meeting records between 2010 and 2020, and read the language on the articles, it's not that complicated. There's not pages and pages of title information and so on and so forth. Our initial presentation that we gave you back in April actually had a copy of the language that every town meeting over those over 10 years included. The only difference was the names of the streets.
If I could just jump in here a minute, just because 10 years of road acceptance went to town meeting, that doesn't mean it was done correctly. You know, we just spoke the first agenda item of a number of restrictions that were never taken or applied. We talked last week about special municipal employees that go back to the 60s that were never followed up on. So as we go through these processes, we uncover a lot of mistakes that were made in the previous decade. So I wouldn't land on the fact that town meeting accepted roads with no surveys, no title exams as the process that should have taken. I can tell you from my experience that I've been involved in road takings for tip projects in previous communities. And what was recommended by Mr. Coyle is exactly how every other community does it. So I would recommend that the board look at that process. That is the process that is laid out by the statutes. And that's the process that we should follow if the board decides to move forward with Shall Estates.
Well, I would like to add, once again, that a new policy should be applied prospectively and not retroactively. And there's plenty of, cases in Massachusetts courts that would support that stance.
Okay, I'm going to, we have additional questions from the board. Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, looking at the cost estimate from your prior presentation for Shallow Pond, so that was for 2-inch mill and overlay.
Correct.
So this is a higher end cost estimate, correct? This is for a higher type of improvement?
Yes.
I see that you zeroed out Kathleen Drive because of the Alden's Reach requirements. Is the portion of Donna Drive that is to be repaired by them, is that contemplated in your cost
I think
estimate?
Donna Drive had limited maintenance. We recommended it be paved, but the decision during the approval was not to pave it, but to perform maintenance as required. It was very loosely written. It didn't require it to be paved.
So, but there could be some more cost savings there.
Could be, but I
minor.
suspect it would still need to be milled and overlaid.
Okay. Derek, do you remind me what the total grant application was for? Do you recall?
I'd have to double check. It was, I want to say it was around $1.2 million. I'd have to double check that number.
It was over 1.
I'm hearing lots of different numbers in the room right now, but it sounds like it's over $1 million, which is,
It's over 1.5.
so even with our total cost for our 2-inch mill and overlay, we're only looking at 1.159. So that could potentially even wipe this out. And I believe that when we talked about this, having accepted the road would be a positive for the grant application. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that because I did not personally submit that grant.
Okay. I think when we talked about it, that there was a positive impact if we accepted the road.
Say that one more time.
If we did. I think that's what I remember, but I could be wrong. In any case, if we are able to achieve this, and these folks have already said too that they're willing to go further back in the line. I met with this neighborhood, I don't know, back in November or December, and we had a contentious conversation but I thought it was fruitful. And, we agreed that when we walked away from that conversation, that you folks would go back to your neighborhood and you would talk about whether you would accept some level of betterment or accept that you'd go back to the back of the line. You folks have mentioned tonight that you're not expecting any type of improvement for years to come. So that assuages my concerns about this. I do think that I am going to be able to support the acceptance of these roads, the conversations about concerns notwithstanding. I don't know if rushing it to this October town meeting, and I know it doesn't feel like it's rushed because you've been waiting for years and years and years. I don't know that that's going to be to your benefit, but I'm willing to give you folks the fighting chance. So I think that there are a number of outstanding questions. I think it would be great for you folks to partner with the town to get the answers to those questions as quickly as possible, so that if we do send this to town meeting can make the best decision they can.
I agree with you, Mr. Golden. And to Mr. Quintel's point, it really is imperative that we get the list of information that we would need to include in a warrant that went to town meeting. So I'm not sure that tonight is the best place to do that. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can set up a meeting between representatives of Shallow Pond and DPW, whoever else needs to be in that meeting, just to lay it out, because the last thing that we want is I do believe the town meeting should make this decision. The select board shouldn't make the decision on whether the roads are accepted, especially with all the special circumstances that we've heard about. But I do want to, as Mr. Golden said, to give them a fighting chance to make sure that, we have all the information that the town meeting would need to make that decision.
I can tell you just one point that I want to make is that any road that would go before town meeting, and typically it's a newer subdivision, so the developer already owns the rights to the land. I can't imagine, and there shouldn't be, there should always be a document that states that there's clear title to the land. So I understand there may be an easement, which if there is, that's great, but we still need something to say that there's clear title to the land. So even if a developer owned the land, they can't just say, I own the land, here's the easement. Well, what if somebody has a lien on that for the developer? So there has to be a clear title to the property.
I
So I just don't know how that can happen that quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm not
agree.
saying I don't support it. I'm just saying I think we have to, that's the biggest box we have to check off.
And I agree that's critical. That's absolutely critical. Mr. Cohen.
So there's maybe David can speak to it as someone in the assessing field, but there've been in real estate transactions, there've been numerous title work done in this location. Every time a house sells, there's going to be some sort of title work done. So, discovery of some imperfection on the title could have been discovered at that point, or discovered something in lines to what you're referencing in terms of clear title, because these properties can't convey from one person to the other, especially if there's a bank involved. So obviously there's more than numerous sales that have happened there since the 1980s. But I do that the neighborhood has waited for quite some time. They started this application process during the original policy of the town. I think that imposing on this retroactively is just something the board, I don't see as the board is something wants to see happen. I think we want to get them to town meeting to have their opportunity. I do want to put some motivating factors around this. I don't want to wait for spring town meeting. I want to look at fall town meeting. I want to look at these easements. I'm prepared to make a motion to send an article to town meeting to accept these 6 roads in Shallow Pond contingent on these issues that need to be understood as it relates to the easements and the clear title to the property, so that when this is all said and done, that we're not doing this for naught, where we have 120 days now to resolve the issue, and will that be able to be resolved as we get ready for fall town meeting?
Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things to follow up. First of all, thank Mr. Cohen for his faith in my skills as an assessing professional, although I think it's outside of the assessing world. What I do happen to have my real estate broker's license in addition to being in the municipal assessing field. But no disrespect to any of my friends who may be closing attorneys here or watching at home. I do find that they often are more interested in closing the transaction than clearing any imperfections that there may be on a title. That being said, I'm not sure what the situation is with the easement in this area. I think it's an outstanding question that we need to answer, and that can be done in partnership together. So I would agree that we can get to an answer. The other thing I want to say is I recently toured the roads with one of the residents in the area. He took me out and drove me around and showed me, some of the entrances and exits and the conditions of the roads. I will also say that this is one of my favorite neighborhoods at Christmas time. So I travel on those roads quite frequently once Christmas lights go up. They're in really good shape considering their age. So I'm not overly concerned about the cost to improve them in the near term. I do think that given the flexibility that the neighborhood is willing to provide us, we have time to figure out how to skin this cat. And hopefully we can get questions answered before we go to town meeting.
Yeah. So I guess just to bring some closure to this, I think what I'm hearing is we're in support of having a warrant article go before town meeting, timing TBD, hopefully for the fall, but we do have a lot of questions that we need answered. In particular, the clear title. So that seems to be one of the potential stumbling blocks that we might have in terms of timing. Let me finish. In terms of timing. So I think what I'm hearing us say here is that some representatives of Shallow Pond will work with the appropriate town staff to understand how to get those critical pieces in place. Is that fair, Mr. Coyle?
Just for clarification, in terms of the title, that's going to require a title examiner, so it's a matter of who would pay that cost. Would that be the petitioners, or is the town going to pay for that cost?
Okay, so we need to understand what those costs were, and maybe that's the article that goes to town meeting in the fall. Is we need a title search for these properties. Will you authorize the money to do that? So we just need to look at all of these as options.
I agree, that's a possible option. I've thought about that before tonight, that it could be an article specific for this subdivision, authorizing for the title search and also a potential land survey for any right-of-way issues to be determined. I think we want to expand it a little bit and then determine what the value of that article would be. Then the question becomes, is that a citizen's petition, or is that an article sponsored by the select board?
Got it. Okay. And so is putting together the costs of all of those different items, surveying, title search, engineering, whatever we feel is needed, is that something that
We could come up with
team
an
could do?
approximate cost,
Okay.
just to give us a buffer.
Okay.
I think in speaking with Rick, well, I don't want to give numbers tonight, but we do have some numbers in our mind.
Okay. That seems fair to me. Mr. Canty?
Mr. Coyle, as to whether it should be a town article or a citizen's petition, I would suggest if that is the path that we want to go, it'd be better for it to be a town article, because then they'll have access to town staff in the drafting of it, because some citizens petitions some are very well drafted and some are less so. And sometimes just by the inherently ad hoc nature of a citizen's petition, there are deficiencies in it that are fatal flaws that the person has no idea they're fatal flaws in it. So having access to town staff to perform that work, I think, would be a benefit to everybody. And that would give clarity to it. Because I think that sending it the way it is to town meeting, that's not going to fly. There's a lot of structural problems that town meeting members will have significant questions on. And I think that putting something viable before town meeting is better than putting something that's doomed to fail. So I think that the path that you just suggested would probably be the best one to chart.
Agree with that. Mr. Cohen?
So Bill, you were speaking about the costs of title work. Are we talking about the title work of the right-of-way, the area of the right-of-way?
Right, so we can do some research internally with our surveyor to kind of look at on the easements, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that there's clear title, and I think they would have to look at each parcel and do a title exam on each parcel to make sure there's no liens, and I think it's also going to require some legal fees.
Right.
So the article could potentially be, several $100,000, upwards to 500, all depending on you have legal fees, title exams. If it all comes back that there's an existing right-of-way and then everybody owns all the land and there are no title issues, then the cost will be less. But I would go to town meeting with a larger number so that you have enough funds to complete the process. The only thing I will just mention to the board that it's a little different for, as the DPW director, to be the petitioner for this type of work, because then I just want to make sure that this is something the board is voting on, because I wouldn't want the next neighborhood to come to me and say, well, you did it for that neighborhood, so why can't you do it for us?
Yeah, I think it would
So I
be
just-
a board decision.
Right.
So you're saying that we would go to town meeting with an article in excess of $700,000?
I was estimating rough, could be 500,000
$500,000 to
potentially.
$700,000.
I don't think we were that high, but potentially.
Okay. The other
Right,
question I have,
appraisal-
this,
if there's
this,
appraisals, right?
yeah, this right-of-way easement issue, still, that's another issue that needs to be addressed that we can't answer tonight.
We
What
can
is this-
research the easement.
What does that easement allow the town to do? Because that could be the fail-safe measure that avoids the $500,000 or $700,000.
It wouldn't, because it's a permanent highway easement, which is essentially, we would say that when I was at the state, it's basically a taking.
Right.
They still would have, on their deed, would show that they own a certain area of land, but there's a highway easement over that land. So essentially, you would still compensate somebody if it didn't already exist. You technically would have to compensate them as a taking, or they could donate it.
So we have to find out about this easement and see what
Right.
rights and
Right,
privileges.
and then that in addition to the title exams and, attorney, you're gonna want an attorney to oversee all this to make sure this is all getting done legally and that all the titles work is being done properly. So that's why I think the warrant article to appropriate funds to do that work would be more appropriate. Then that gets done between town meeting, fall town meeting in spring, and hopefully then we can come back and present it, an article in the spring for acceptance.
After an article theoretically passes at town meeting.
If
at
it passes at
500,000,
town meeting, then that
that'd
gives us the
happen.
funds to go forward to have the other work done.
And we're in a financial circumstance that is quite precarious.
The other option would have been that would be the betterment cost. If you're going to waive the roadway improvement cost, whether or not just the title work and research and the attorney's fees, if that's distributed over, 100, I forget the number, 180 or how many residents it was, that doesn't become a significant dollar value, whether or not that's the betterment that is paid, and you could do that at town meeting as well. And then you could still, the board could waive requirement of upgrading the road, and they could go into the queue of normal maintenance of whether or not you mill and overlay the road in 20 years or 15 years, or you chip seal it in 10, whatever it might be.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a path forward. Mr. Coyle, you'll come back to us with some numbers, and then we'll just keep this process moving forward. Okay, great, thank you. Thank you all very much. Let's move on to the,
Can I ask a question before you move on? Are you going to take a vote on this
we're
tonight?
not voting tonight. No, there's nothing to vote on. We've directed Mr. Coyle to come back to us with some.
Well, you could vote on.
No, we're not voting tonight, so.
So we're kicking this a little
So
further
Wait,
down
wait,
the
no,
road.
no, Mr. Cohen, can I just finish, please? We're not kicking it down the road. There's nothing to vote on because the warrant isn't open, so we couldn't even, it wouldn't make any
You
sense
can
for
vote
us to do
on
that.
committing to the process.
We just committed to the process by directing Mr. Coyle to come back to us with,
So
Mr. Cohen, if I could just please finish. We've directed Mr. Cohen to come back to, Mr. Coyle to come back to us with the information that we need to do a proper article for the warrant. Until we have that, there's nothing for us to vote on.
The only,
So,
May I speak?
oh,
so,
no,
When?
Mr. Cohen, you can,
For 11 months.
one more
okay.
comment.
So I think we need to ease out of this discussion a little bit differently. I think we're moving pretty quickly around the question, because I do have this thought that if we're not going to take action tonight, we need to pick a night where we will be looking at this again. I think we need to give the residents some indication of when this will be back on the agenda, so we can talk about what Mr. Coyle might bring to us, what we might find about the easement, what other questions. So I feel like before we move on, we should try to look at the calendar and see if we can have a date on the calendar in the very near future to address this issue, so the residents have something that they can recognize as a step in this direction that you speak of.
Sure, yeah, no, that makes sense to me, Mr. Coyle, if you could.
I think maybe August 4th. I think the warrant article was open last week in July so we would have time if we do, is August 4th. When does it close, Derek? Do you know? 12th, okay.
About July 28th.
August 14th is when it closes.
Yeah, so August 4th, that'll give our surveyor some time to research it. But I will say, we probably won't have significant information relative to title search, because we're not title examiners. But we can research easements, what we find relative to the easements. I think it's likely that we would recommend coming back and we'd go forward if the board votes an article to fund the work that we mentioned. But you might have a better picture of what that work is, and then determine, does the town pay for that, or does that become a betterment? And that can be voted on at town meeting as well. It could all be lumped into 1 or 2 votes or warrant articles.
Great, awesome. So it's on the agenda for, sorry, I'm sorry. It's on the agenda for August 4th. Okay, we'll put it on the agenda for August 4th, and we'll see where we are at that point. Okay, we are going to move on now. So we have one more agenda item. Mr. Bossy, you have one more piece of.
Madam Chair, point of order. I would remind the folks in the audience that you need to have the chair's recognition, and I'd remind the board members too. You need to have the chair's recognition to have the floor. I understand you folks are frustrated. We have heard your problems. There have also, you folks know what the vote's going to be. 4 of us already indicated that we were going to support you. Just give us the additional time to have staff do the work.
Okay. Rick Bossy, Town Engineer. This is just an updated list of our proposed paving projects we want to try to take on this year. The list of roads up on the screen there comes to just about 20 miles of roadway. So far this year, we've already hit Federal Furnace Road. When we complete Samoset Street from Route 80 to 1620 Drive, a portion of Carver Road as well, we'll already be at 4.5 miles, probably by the end of next week. Last year's paving, we did about 12.7 miles, so we're shooting high and trying to accomplish as much as we can, but pretty much just an update that we're looking to get about 20 miles of roadway surface resurfaced. And then there's the previous update, we had about 15 miles of chip seal work as well. So just an update for the board of some of the subdivisions and roadways we're looking at. And we just finished Federal Furnace Road from the town line to Dunham Road. And we currently have Samoset Street and Carver Road milled from Route 80 up to 1620 Drive by the Summerhill Apartments. And they'll be doing drainage repairs this week and then hopefully start paving next week on those roadways. And then we'll post this list on our engineering website for everybody to see.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Oh, Mr.
Do you have a sense on the total mileage? I think you mentioned it towards the.
This is close to 20 miles of road. And so far this year, we have done 4.5 miles once we finish paving Samoset Street.
Okay.
So we've hit the ground running as fast as we can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's great. A lot of roads discussion tonight.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your, Mr. Coyle, thank you. Thank you both for joining us tonight. Appreciate that. Okay, we are moving on to the manager's report. Town manager.
Okay, so I want to start by announcing, so we all know that the tall ships are in Boston this past weekend. This coming Friday here in town, the tall ship Virginia will be docked at the town pier. It'll be here this Friday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for free opportunities to tour the ship. And I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for their efforts to bring this ship here to town, and our harbor master, Chad Hunter. So thank you to both of them for giving us this opportunity this coming Friday. And then just moving on, just a few other updates throughout our various departments. The planning department reported today, just as an update, that the planning board will be discussing potential zoning articles for the fall town meeting. Two articles they're looking to make updates to would be the elderly housing bylaw and the light industrial zoning district bylaw. So there'll be more to come on that, but I know we've talked a lot about economic development, and clearly the planning board, working with the planning department, is looking at some opportunities to change some of our zoning. Moving on to energy and the environment, just to announce that the town received a $75,000 grant through Buzzards Bay, and they're going to use this towards the Mann property, working with the Buzzards Bay Coalition. And then just a few other things. The Full Sail project will begin sometime this week. That is because, as I had reported in the past, that the Spoon Alley project is now complete. That was completed this past week. And so now that that's complete, they'll be moving on to the Full Sail site. Hopefully that'll take probably 3 to 4 weeks for completion. But I know we are running behind. We were hoping for that project to be completed by the end of July. We recently issued a notice to the public regarding what folks are starting to see on the mainstream media for the cyclosporiasis outbreak. We released a notice through our public health division, just letting folks know what they need to be aware of to prevent this type of outbreak locally. I think there's about 16 cases reported here in Massachusetts. None have been reported here in the town of Plymouth. But we wanted folks to be aware of what they need to look out for and how they can prevent themselves from being infected. In addition, the Cal received news that Governor Haley's budget was approved for level funded for the formula grant at $16 per elder, which was the same as last year. This is, as we all know, this is positive news because the Cal, 70% of their operating costs are funded through this formula grant. So thank you to Governor Haley and our state delegation for supporting level funded program. And then we also, I mentioned in the past that we've had cyanobacteria outbreaks in a few of our ponds. And so we continue to advise the public that Great South, Clear Pond, Billington Sea, and Great Herring all still have this outbreak. And so as soon as the cyanobacteria has been mitigated, we will let folks know that they can resume activities on those ponds. And as mentioned earlier, the Memorial Hall feasibility study is underway with our consultant Invictus. Again, the foundation funded at about a little less than $100,000. The board accepted that grant award this evening. The site visit by Victus will take place the first week of August. That will be primarily focused on key informant interviews, focus groups, and on the third day, they will have an engineering team doing a walkthrough of the structure itself. And then the Health and Human Services strategic plan is underway. They are using HRIA to start their first round of listening sessions. We'll begin the latter part of this summer, but as we all know, we really, if we want to be an accredited Health and Human Services department, we need 3 legs of the stool. So first we have to get a health assessment, which is complete. We're working on a health improvement plan, and then the last leg of that stool is our strategic plan. So working towards accreditation, being led by Commissioner Brady. And then to the town clerk's office, the state has mailed the vote by mail postcard applications this week. So any voter who would like to vote by mail for the September primary, please return your applications back to the town clerk's office as soon as possible. As reported through the DPW, Carver Road and Somerset Street, they will be repaving this road starting next Monday. That work will take place from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. at night. As I mentioned, Spooner Alley has been completed. And then we are hoping that in the next 2 weeks, the cupola will be repainted. We've talked a lot about getting that cupola repainted. It's about 8 or 9 years old now, and that work needs to take place as soon as possible. And then 2 other items on fire and police. So we've been looking at their calls for service over the first 6 months of this year. And we talked a lot during the budget sessions about the demand on calls for service with both fire and police. And so looking at that data, what we're seeing this year alone, that the fire department is up 4%. And then the police chief also reported his data, and they're also up 4% as well. So again, we continue to see the uptick in calls for service with both fire and police. As we know, we've submitted a grant, a SAFER grant, to hopefully increase our ranks for the fire department by 12 firefighters. And I am working with the chief of police to see if there are federal grant opportunities to increase our police department ranks as well. Pending any questions, that's all I have for this evening.
Questions for Mr. Brindisi? Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Derek, thank you for the update. Last week, I think during your update, you talked about the River Street Bridge having a targeted completion date towards the end of the summer, July or August, and the Jordan Road Bridge sometime in the fall.
Late fall.
I've received some questions from folks about whether those are realistic timeframes. If we are getting to the end of July and there doesn't seem to be completion work going on, could we have someone from the state come in and give us an update on specifically the River Street Bridge? But I'd have them prepared to talk about the Jordan Road Bridge as well.
We can do that.
Thank you. And then if I could, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I also received some requests from residents that we consider expanding our brush collection from, I think we do it semi-annually right now, to a quarterly model. I'll leave that to you folks. I said I would pass it along. I'll let you talk to the DPW director about that.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Brindisi? Okay, let's move on. New business. Mr. Canty.
So as was mentioned earlier in the meeting when we were talking about forges, but I want to circle back. This restriction issue has come up a couple of times. I've gotten phone calls about Pilgrim Hall and First Parish and some restrictions there. And then obviously the forges situation and the other recreational restrictions that were referenced vaguely. So I would request that we have a presentation about all the outstanding unrecorded restrictions of any type, whether they be conservation or affordable housing or recreation or whatever, and what the plan is going forward. I think that having Kristen Ford and Kate McKay present on that would be beneficial. I would request that it not happen on, let's see, on the 28th or the 4th, because that's when Shishigahama will be either forthcoming or here, and that may, depending on, we're still finalizing some details that I may be taken away from to take care of. But I think that having it outside of that window would be beneficial. I don't know where I will be on those evenings. I will be here if I can, but I certainly want to be present for this presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think we can certainly accommodate that. Just a quick follow-up question. When will the delegation be leaving? Are they leaving?
So they're leaving, well, they are arriving, I believe it's on the, I don't have the schedule in front of me, I believe they're getting into Plymouth on the 29th. Late on the 28th, and then first day in Plymouth is 29th, and then they're leaving Plymouth on the 4th. Then they go to Boston for a few days before they return.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're flying in on Wednesday, the 29th. So their first full day in Plymouth is the 30th.
Okay.
So the 28th would actually be okay. It's just the 4th that would be the potential problem for me.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure what my obligations for that will be on that day.
Understood. Okay, we can definitely work around that. It is an important discussion to have I think we've all been getting calls recently. This has become the hot issue in the last couple of weeks. So, okay. Other new business? No. I have one thing. I just wanted to share that this board has been making a extra attempt to be as communicative and transparent as possible about the decisions that we make. So we have issued the first of what I hope to be a series of communications to the community that will help put some of the decisions the board makes in context and give some of the facts and background and impacts and implications of the decisions that we make. So the first one was distributed today. It's posted on the website, and it's called Community Report from the Chair. And it's a one-page letter that just kind of goes over the details of the context of the decision that we made a couple of weeks ago, directing staff to pursue a affordable housing strategy to help us reach our 10% SHI goal. So that's out there, and we'll be looking for different ways to distribute it. So we kind of did a soft launch for it today, and I just wanted to make the community aware that that was something that we were going to be doing from here on when we had certain more complex kinds of decisions that we want to make sure people really fully understand. So we'd be looking for feedback on that, any thoughts or ideas that anyone might have on how we can improve our communication. We're always open to doing that. Okay. Anything else? Old business?
Oh, letters?
Mr. Cohen.
Letters, I think. Letters, is that it? I have a letter here from July 1st, 2026, from the cable licensing, the cable license expired notice to the select board, just about the cable and Comcast. Is there, this letter, what is it pertaining to? It does.
I don't have that letter in front of me, but I assume it's the letter from the state that's saying that the cable license is expiring.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have a cable advisory committee. They are actively working with Comcast on renegotiating. In the past, there used to be a 10-year agreement. Most recently with Verizon, they only signed a 5-year agreement. So I also have a copy of this letter as well. So, we're working on this. Jade and I have had conversations about supporting the cable advisory committee with professional staff support as well. They also have an attorney that is assigned to the cable advisory committee as well.
No, I heard from a member of the committee. I received that, so thank you for that update.
Anything else? Okay, next week we are at Cold Spring Elementary School for a select board on the road. So hopefully if you are in that neck of the woods, you can join us. And with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes.